here we are, and this is where you gotta perform and show what you've been practicing for all this time.
It's the match that I wanted since I started in this Challenger Series.
We won the finals for a reason.
Splyce have held out, outlived, and outlasted. Cool, calm, collected as cucumbers, and they take down the Nexus.
It's a last chance, but we're gonna win, so it's not really a last chance, you know.
I think the 10 games have made us more experienced as a team, and it will definitely show.
Giants are showing immense progression in a very short amount of time.
I think that there are just some few players that know each other for 3 weeks, maybe. We are a team and we are gonna be motivated. Like, they don't really play for a reason.
I'm better than the enemy top lane now, for sure.
Whirlip is the last man standing. Rocket have 5 members chasing into the base of Huma.
I have been waiting this match for all these months.
I think we played really good, so if we play like this or better, I think we'll win.
I think that this is not gonna be an easy win. I couldn't be more motivated.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the third and final day of the 2016 Summer Promotion Tournament. We're coming to you live from Berlin, Germany, where just one spot in the summer split remains on the line as we see the teams that are about to take to the stage. Hello and happy Easter to those celebrating today. I'm Evie Schogsdepoortere, here to look at today's last chance match between Giants and Huma with the help of Martin de Visscholunge and Splyce's Senkox and Yamato Cannon. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. Recovered after yesterday in that intense series?
Oof.
Yeah.
It was rough.
It was a long day.
It was a very, very long day. To be honest, I'm just happy we have these games at the end of the split, because like analyzing those games would be a pain in the ass.
You know, you don't have to have those games. You could also just play playoffs.
Well, then there's more games.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe there's one of these 5 games, and then
Then we don't have as long as you break, you know? We just wanted the break. We lost on purpose.
Yeah. Do you feel like you've kind of escaped, or in the end you guys were very confident beforehand, you knew you were going to win, and it was just unfortunate that it went all the way to 5 games?
We were pretty confident coming into the game, and I feel like in the first game we had such a strong lead as well, but then we kind of threw it in the end. I feel like every game we played, we pretty much were ahead after 10 minutes by a 5k goal, and I think it was our games to lose, pretty much the ones we did.
Yeah.
I feel like we came into the games a bit too overconfident, because we expected... I had like the vibe from the team that we expected kind of less from Giants, but they showed up. They had some kind of these niche strategies that kind of worked out against our Azir, and I think it took us by surprise.
Well, it took you guys by surprise, but in the end, it is Giants that are still here today, having to fight for that final match and that final spot in the summer split versus Huma. Let's take a look at the bracket and how everything played out here over the last couple of days. Obviously, Giants, they are in their 3rd day now in the promotion tournament, going all the way. Splyce and Rocket making it back into the LCS, and Huma, that last challenger team, standing in that final best of 5. Whirlip said, "This is the matchup that I wanted."
Yeah.
I feel like if you qualified yesterday, that would have been what you wanted, but apparently he really wants that match versus Giants.
I mean, yeah, he really wants to play against Giants, and now it's basically you kick out Giants off the LCS if you win this match. Yesterday you wouldn't have that feeling because, you know, the team just had a second chance to play, so maybe that's why he's so happy now or he's looking forward to this game. Problem is, Giants played so many games and Huma's only played 4 games, and I feel like the games Huma played, big difference in skill level compared to Rocket. Like, Huma didn't really stand a chance. Giants at least had even games against Copenhagen Wolves and you guys, of course, yesterday.
Yeah, we heard from the casters that Giants did seem like they have improved over the promotion tournament. What was your overall impression of their level yesterday?
I feel like Giants, they improved like generally from the regular split to now with this new roster, like especially Wisdom, I feel like stepped up yesterday. And I feel like just the challenger teams this season is not as strong as the LCS teams, so...
I feel like the only thing I'm worried about when it comes to Giants, I feel like they have found like this general strategy, a way to execute a game, a way to finish a game, which is good. Like, if you are stuck in the bottom, you always need to find a way to, like a simple way to win games when you finally get those leads. And with that in mind, I feel like the big problem for me, where I've seen 0 progression when it comes to Giants, is their bot lane, because they simply play only 3 supports in the shape of a Nautilus, Braum, Alistar. You can easily cut this in half, and whenever they happen to be in a standard lane, they always get shut down.
And that's again how Huma actually won yesterday. The one game they had against Rocket, where that Jhin Bard, which is a disgustingly strong 2v2 combo, and they got standard lanes. And also because Huma was so bad in lane swaps, and Giants didn't do well in lane swaps either, we might get a game where it's like often standard lanes, a lot about individual mechanics more than like macro play. And that's where I feel like Huma will have a better chance against Giants compared to against Rocket, who were just honestly better in every possible way. Pick and bans, macro play, whatever it was, Rocket were just a better team.
Yeah, definitely were, and that's why we have Huma and Giants here today. Let's take a look at that lineup for Giants with Smitty J, Wisdom, Xpepi, Sonstar, Hustlin, and their coach Lothar. As said, they played 10 games already. Looked better versus Flyers. This to be up for debate, but what were kind of the highlights? Of course, Xpepi was the MVP of that series versus the Copenhagen Wolves. How do you think he played, Senkux?
I think he played fine. Like he played mainly poke champs, and it works out for them when they play around composition that just want to group up and try and poke down and take down towers. It's like a bit of simple strategy that they had coming into the game, and like it worked out for them.
I felt like in this specific series I was a bit unfair to Senkux here because I kept putting him in counter matchups. We blind picked the Azir, and Xpepi got to pick those counter picks, which he's so strong for, the Xerath and the Varus. And I feel like the only problem I saw with his Azir play was that he is kind of afraid of doing those Shurima shuffles in the mid lane that are so dangerous with the Gragas jungle.
Yeah, like especially like when you can bait so easy with a Gragas jungle, when you can actually put them from their tower to your own tower, you should abuse it more, especially in a game where I played Vel'Koz and they didn't even try once. So I feel like they should try and synergize more like mid jungle synergy towards that, and then they will be better today at least.
He should have a great game today though against Gabro, who was not a good player yesterday at all. Got completely outplayed by Betsy in every single game. Pepe's looking to do exactly the same, and he has been a big carry for Giants.
Yeah, we see Godbro right there. Not the best performance yesterday, of course, Werlip. Let's take a look at the rest of that lineup for Huma. As said, Werlip, also Rudy, Godbro, Holy Phoenix, Je suis Kaz, and Cubs. Saw him in the makeup room. He said it's Cubs, not Coops, so there you go, Cubs. Obviously not the best showing yesterday versus Roccat for Huma, and as you mentioned it seems like some of the basics are lacking. The lane swaps, the knowledge isn't there. Picks and bans, they went for that tank composition in that game where they ended up getting knocked out by Roccat as well. As you say, Yamato, maybe they should go for simple things, and what for Huma is a easily executable plan?
I feel like the one plan should be just pray for the fact that you get standard lanes. Just hope you get standard lanes and hope Holy Phoenix and Jisu something, support player of Huma. I'm not going to pronounce that name. I don't do French or whatever it is.
The support player of Huma?
He's support, no?
Yeah.
Je suis Kaz.
Je suis Kaz. Yeah, sorry.
Je suis Kaz.
He's Belgian.
Okay. With that in mind, I feel like they just need to go for the standard lanes and just hope Holy Phoenix goes off once again as he did against that one game they won against Roccat.
And they will have counterpick in every single matchup here because they picked red side for their games and Giants will pick blue side for theirs. So it's 5 times blue side Giants. And whenever I see that, I'm a little bit surprised because you go into the first game and you have this one strategy in mind. If you're Giants and you're picking blue side, if everyone, you know, first pick the poppy like they did against Splice. If the other team ends up having an answer, you're stuck on that blue side now for every single game and actually end up hurting Giants yesterday. Huma now will have counterpick for Gapro, which I think is probably going to be needed because he again struggled yesterday.
What about the top lane?
I feel like when you think about the mid lane matchup though, is usually Betsy, he blind picked the mid lane. He blind picked the mid lane in the shape of Lissandra, Corki, and also the Azir in the first game. Azir was forced to be banned later on. And with that in mind, on blue side, you picked the same champion. So I don't think the blue side choice is perfect for Giants in this case.
No, there's a lot of safe mid picks. Like you can pick Corki and he's still fine in almost every matchup except for Seer. But when they ban Seer, then there's no problem to early pick Corki. And it's a champ that Betsy has shown that he's really good on, especially in laning phase. So I think Godbro, it's needed a counter pick. I know he used to play like a lot of niche picks in solo queue and stuff. So I think maybe they bring out something new. We will see.
Okay, the players are ready, so we'll see what happens. The teams are ready to kick off this do or die series. And as we check in with our casters, we'll hear what Werlip thinks of his former teammate.
I mean, obviously Pepe has not been the Pepe from the last split. Like some games, like he showed that maybe like, hey, this looks like the last Pepe, but no, obviously not. Like he's not playing bad, but he's not as good as he was.
Maybe looking to get some revenge on his former teammate. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and I'm happy to be here with James Stress O'Leary as Giants and Huma are loading up for their first pick ban of the evening. It's going to be good.
It's going to be good. The analyst desk have gone a lot through that middle lane, but, you know, we haven't talked overly too much about that top lane. I feel like for Huma, it's going to be the same story as it was all the way through Challenger. If Werlib gets his hands on a comfortable champion, Huma, they're probably going to fall behind in the early game and then have some crazy play that allows Werlib to split push a game to death. That's how they won basically every single game in the regular split that they won and most of their playoff games.
It's a strategy. We'll see if they give it to him. I don't think they'll give him Jax. I think of any team, and there it is.
Yep.
Of any team, Giants know what Werlib can do with Jax, and the Nidalee's also banned away. I do want to see how he handles Smitty J, though, because that's a player who hasn't had... he's had a lot of ups and downs. Let's leave it at that.
He has, but at the same time, I just get the gut feeling that Smitty J seems to be more consistent overall. Azir now banned out by Huma. Interesting thing about this is Godbro actually does play Azir, hasn't played it in a while, hasn't had to play it in the playoffs. Sorry, promotion tournament. And you know,
their playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And Godbro, honestly, he had this play coming into the open qualifiers where he got a quadra kill and basically won the game for Huma to put themselves in Challenger. So interesting, he hasn't wanted to bring it out since.
Yeah, so with those other bans coming through, the Corki and the Kalista banned away, the next AD carry in line, of course, the Sivir. It's immediately picked up by Giants, who, by the way, have been banning it on blue side almost every game.
Okay, this is super, super fast, like picks and bans. We need to kind of catch up with a few things. Lulu banned away, fairly standard from the Giants as well. Corki now, they want to take that safe mid laner out from Peppy so we can't blind pick it. Sivir first pick is a little curious. I'm going to come back to that because they've got Werlib, his Trundle in the top lane.
It's true.
That means Giants prioritize the Sivir over the Trundle that we know Werlib wanted to play. It was banned out yesterday a fair amount. And Huma have got themselves on the Gragas here as well. So 2 big picks here for Huma.
Yeah, let's see if they're able to take it to Giants. We know Gragas yesterday was a really, really hard thing for Peppy to deal with when he was playing on the immobile champions, the likes of Xerath and whatnot. And we'll see if he goes for something a little bit different. Got a lot of time on the clock before he does have to select his mid lane, though, of course. Graves being thought about here for Wisdom. It's also technically that flex pick could go up topside for Smitty J. We'll have to see if the Lee Sin is locked in or not. It's going to be Poppy.
So, at this point, Graves locked in, Poppy locked in. Likely now the Graves is going to the jungle for Wisdom. I know it's kind of a pick that has been banned away from the Giants a lot now. 8 bans Graves has been banned away. We've seen 1 game for Wisdom on that. So really interesting pick and ban phase. Now, a lot of what Giants have either prioritized banning or have had banned away from them was available for this game. Sivir, they banned 8 times. This is the first time we're going to see Sunstar now on this Sivir, and I wonder whether we're going to see a change now from Hustlin. The analyst has talked a lot about how he plays the Braum, the Azir. Will he play the likes of a Janna that is for that fast pushing in the lane?
That is, in fact, the question. But you have to look at what Huma have answered with on their side, too. We talked about this Trundle for Werlib, but he's not going to be getting it because the Rammus has come out now.
Yeah.
And, of course, Holy Phoenix locks the Jhin, the champion that he had an insane play on in their lone win against Rocket yesterday.
So what this does is it kind of neutralizes some of Werlib's general tendency of split pushing as a duelist and now kind of puts it to split pushing as a tank, believe it or not, where he's going to push out the lane, utilizing obviously Rammus' strengths with the tremors and that, and then is going to set it up for ganks coming through the side path. He's also obviously going to look for home guard ganks, as you always will with Rammus, but we know Werlib. He's the first out of a fight into another lane that's going to split push. I think Crepo was talking about that a fair amount yesterday.
Yeah.
Doesn't waste a moment, just get straight out there.
So we do get to see some change-up as you were predicting from Hustle, and he's going to be picking himself up the Janna. So this will be the first time, of course, for this tournament that he's picked that up, and then we see the Lissandra locked in for Peppy. Very, very chase-heavy.
Oh yeah, Giants are going to run at somebody and they're going to die real quick, especially with this Graves in the jungle yesterday. We saw Wisdom picking up a double kill with 1 collateral damage. So it's just going to be Sivir ult into Lissandra Claw, into Poppy diving in. It's going to work well if Giants are ahead. If Giants can maintain lead, if they fall behind, this is not the kind of composition that does particularly well with fighting.
Well, we know Giants have had troubles when they haven't been able to get an early lead and had very few wins, of course, in the LCS as a result. But with that final Twisted Fate pickup, Huma do have a few squishies on their side that, if caught, could get melted pretty quickly. On the other hand, there's a big front line, too, between Gragas and Rammus and the Trundle support, even.
And you mentioned frontline. That is one thing that, even with the additional crit damage that a Sivir will get, until she gets 3 or 4 items, she cannot deal with the frontline. It's a fairly common thing with AD carries just in general that as soon as you, the enemy tanks have a lot of armor, have a lot of health, it's difficult to get through it. Still is a problem for the Sivir. We'll see whether the Graves and the Poppy can supplement that along with the Lissandra. There is a fair amount of damage still for the Giants, but certainly there's a point in this game where Huma are going to get very tanky and they're going to be very tough to deal with.
It's not the first time we've seen Giants try to put together a strategy that is very, very singular and very telegraphed, but if they can pull it off, they could be one game up in this one. Both coaches shaking hands, getting ready to walk off the field. We'll have to see now with everything on the line. It's time to see which team will take the final spot in the 2016 European LCS Summer Split.
For me, I have been waiting for this match for all these months. I couldn't be more motivated.
Go, 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 go! No flash, no flash, no flash. I don't really feel the pressure. I don't think anyone feels. I think we're very confident in our team and in each other.
This actual roster from Giants, I think that they are just some players that know each other for 3 weeks maybe, but they are not a team. Like, they don't really play for a reason. I think that is our advantage.
Some spicy statements, not a team, says Werlib. If his team can prove it against this Giants squad, they'll be the only new team in the LCS in summer.
I've got to argue with Werlib on this point, I'm afraid, my friend. Werlib, Giants have just played 10 games over 2 days. This is pretty much the most experienced Giants roster have had all split long when you look at number of games played. So regardless of whether coming into this they were a team or not, certainly they've had a lot more experience now, and for better or worse, they still do have something to play for. They absolutely want to maintain their spot in the LCS. So I think going into this, thinking Giants have got nothing to play for is a little bit underestimating, perhaps, the squad that have been on the up and up the last day and a half.
Might just be. I mean, yeah. 5 games, taking down the Copenhagen Wolves, and then coming into 5 games and just barely missing out on beating Splice. I mean, it really could have gone either way on game number 5, and you can even hear how exasperated Yamato was on the test. Man, I'm just glad it's over. But let's look at this Huma lineup, though, because they're both running, or rather the Squishies here, Holy Phoenix and Godbro, are both running Cleanse. Yeah. Clearly, they want to shy away from the all-in the Giants are bringing in. They're not going to take any unnecessary risks, but that does limit the teleports to just 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly standard, although when you look at it, it is supplemented by the fact that it's a Twisted Fate. So TF into Lissandra, you want to run that Cleanse. You can also then use the Global for yourself, too. So it does supplement the teleport. Looking at it, we are in Australia lane situation. So Holy Phoenix and Je Suis Cass will be topside now. Cass was actually looking to try and stop the jungle start here. As soon as Sunstar shows, so it tells you that Huma were expecting that it was going to be 2v1s up here. Sunstar gets shielded out. And, you know, I'm excited to see how this lane's going to go. We haven't seen Sunstar play Sivir in the promotion tournament yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this push goes.
Yeah, that is really the question. If Giants will be able to execute the Sivir comp this way. We saw yesterday Huma tried a all tanks plus Sivir comp. Didn't quite work quite so well against Roccat, but it was an interesting change. And it's nice to see Sivir back just because you get these really crazy chase fights down the middle and less of the side lane pushes that we've been so standard seeing in Europe.
Yeah, and you can see early on Sivir is just going to be able to push that lane into Jhin. Jhin really needs a little bit more time. The Q will start, you know, helping him with the push back, but it only hits 4 times, so it's not quite the same as Sivir Q and W, where you can just throw both at a wave and the wave goes.
And you've got a melee support too in Trundle, because they picked that early and then swapped it for the Rammus. He's not going to be that useful to steal stats in the lane, of course. That only happens after 6 anyways. But they're really looking to maybe put that up against Smitty J later on and try to take a little bit of bite out of the stats that they're going to be bringing and the defensive stats that Wisdom will have on that Graves.
Yeah, it's just more so in a team fight. You go, oh, Poppy's coming in, hit her with the subjugate, that kind of thing. Because there are going to be very few situations where just Cass is going to want to be just opposite Smitty J, like even in like a 1v2 kind of thing. Probably not what he wants.
The pillar too can interrupt the Sivir. Like that's a huge disruption.
Yep.
But I'm really curious to see how this lane does left because Holy Phoenix has been. Yesterday, I wouldn't say he looked all-star all the time, but he was able to step up pretty big in the Challenger Series Finals as Rudy is now caught between Peppy and Wisdom. He's going to flash. The gold card comes out, but Wisdom follows forward. Does he have the damage to finish him off? Doesn't look like it. Godbro going low, but they get out alive.
Oh, the body block. Desperately, Wisdom was trying to get that last auto through. Peppy used the claw in the wrong position. He was anticipating Rudy to go over to the Raptors to try and get himself up and out on a tricky position, and that meant that the claw from Peppy went the wrong way. He couldn't quite catch up for the kill.
Yeah, Burn 2 flashes, just got one back now. Je Suis Cass runs right by Wisdom and takes a bite out of him as he goes. Wisdom hops back to his own jungle. for the time being. A lot of ward coverage invested. Let's see how this all happened with Rudy getting caught.
So I want to double check here whether it was Peppy trying to get himself out. No, he was expecting Rudy to go up. He started the claw as Rudy flashed, so was expecting the long flash over the wall. A little unfortunate for Peppy, didn't hold on to that claw for just long enough. Tried to gamble it, but top lane, a lot of fighting.
Yeah, onto Sunstar. Holy Phoenix has to back away as the Boomerang Blade hits him both ways.
Here comes
Wisdom. That's going to be a quick flash from Jace Wikas.
And look at this Holy Phoenix.
Still going. Holy Phoenix, now he's got to burn his as well, and he walks out very, very low, the members of Huma. No one's gone down yet, but a lot of summoners burn.
Holy Phoenix choosing to try and trade into this Sivir lane matchup where he's just going to take so much damage. TP's gone bottom lane, thank you, observers. A lot of damage is going to come from Sunstar this early on, just from the amount of free autos and harass that you can put down on Holy Phoenix as he's coming forward, especially into a minion wave as well. Cass can't really follow up all that well on that either. Used Exhaust during that. Holy Phoenix actually running Cleanse and not running heal on his AD carry of Jhin. Something I think you alluded to earlier, but I didn't quite catch up on until now. That is very not standard.
Yeah. He does not want to get Lissandra ulted, basically.
Yeah, exactly, but I'm trying to think of exactly how many games I've ever seen in, like, at least this season that has ever had a cleanse in it.
An AD carry or just a Jhin in general?
Just an AD carry or Jhin. Maybe, like... Yeah, none spring to mind.
I mean, it begs the question, how confident is Holy Phoenix in his team's ability to protect him? How confident is he against this Sivir lockdown, chase you, kill you comp? And that's a worrying thing if you're facing off against a team in game number 1 that you are sacrificing the safety and the ability of heal just so you can get out of CC.
Well, what it will do, however, is I'm assuming he's going to be greedy from this and then not buy a QSS. That's my assumption, is that he wants to get a little bit more damage a little earlier on. So
speaking of greed, too, I mean, it is in line with his item purchases. He picks up the Cole in the 2v2 lane.
That is true, actually. 2v2, very rare to see that.
But they expected the lane swap. As you said, they're still trying to play it out that way. It's a little bit odd as Peppy, he's the one who gets gold carded, but he claws to safety as Rudy will not hit him with the barrel roll. Everything else continues to trade standard. I mean, you look at the gold, nothing really has happened since there have been a couple of gank attempts, but no kills. Just lots of summoners burned across the map, and you can see both teams are not trying to pull any punches, but they just can't find a fatal hit.
Yeah, deep warding, though, here. It's because they've spotted Wisdom on the bottom side. Through River, they spotted him. So they get a good few wards down. He even got the Wolf Camp away, but he didn't smite it, so didn't get the Rift Spirit.
Wisdom had such a mixed performance yesterday, and against the Copenhagen Wolves as well. There were so many games that I watched it just thinking, this guy is playing out of his mind right now. He's looking even better, I would have said, than he did in the few games we saw him play back in Korea. But there were also games where he completely got caught out of position and disrespected and just died randomly. Like, it's such a binary performance for him.
Well, we've seen both sides of Wisdom so far. Maybe we'll see the ganking side of Rudy, but he hasn't walked over a ward here. So Sunstar, no ult yet, gets interrupted.
Yeah, they do have the shield on, and Cass is actually taking quite a lot of damage on the auto attacks. The teleport comes in for Peppy, who claws in, looking for Rudy. Wisdom around the side. They can't quite find the damage on the Fat Man they need as the collateral comes in. And he dodges out of the Howling Gale. Giants invest a lot into picking off Rudy, and it's just not enough.
Maybe this is hindsight being 2020, but I feel like that TP should have been cancelled as soon as as Huma didn't commit to that. Again, maybe I'm looking at the results more than the play itself, but without the Sivir ultimate, that play, if Sivir is 6, you get the kill. Here comes TF up to the top lane, though. It's because Giants have stuck around. Still no 6 on Sivir.
Oh! Traffic cone is up, but
Peppy
does not respect the laws of traffic, apparently.
This is just a really weird timing here. Giants shouldn't have gone for that without being level 6 on Sivir, because you can't close the gap. And then Godbro actually didn't need to use his global to get up to top, so both mid laners just wasted their globals for no return. Really sloppy play here.
Very, very sloppy to try and burn these things left and right, and still no one's managed to find a pick onto any end. It's almost as if both teams have just decided we're not going to play League of Legends anymore. We're literally just going to try to kill each other constantly. Smitty J is going to find Rudy in his own jungle here, but can Rudy get out in time? He just needs to smite. There we go. Goodbye.
He's out. The very small silver lining is that Smitty J clears the camp right on time and gets the knowledge of both. So he knows where Wisdom, he knows where Rudy was. So yeah, it's all good. You started to make a point a little earlier that I wanted to pick up on, but we transitioned into action about Holy Phoenix and how he's been a little bit inconsistent. Firstly, I have some conclusive stats. Every AD carry in every game in the EU LCS has run heal and flash. That's only EU.
Every
Holy
game.
Phoenix is in every single
throughout
game.
history.
This split at least.
Okay, well that's still history.
I'm just saying, that's the precursor to this. So
right.
for Holy Phoenix though, he has been inconsistent in Challenger as well. He's had these games where he's absolutely carried. Gone like 10-0, won the game, everything was coming up great for Holy Phoenix, but at the same time, he has had a couple of series where he's just been, honestly, like almost awfully bad in games where he's like takes a 2v2 in the lane, gets pulled out as Tristana, hooked back in, and dies 3 times before like 15 minutes in a standard lane setup.
So he has kept fairly even here, all things considered, because yeah, he had to burn the flashes, but since nothing else happened, it's already back up off cooldown. Jsuikas is, despite being on a melee support, has been able to disrupt Sunstar and Hustlin enough for them to trade a little bit. Yeah, it's not the most effective, and Sivir picking up the early Swifty boots means that Sunstar will have much more maneuverability to try and get in there and trade more effectively. But all things said and done, Holy Phoenix is still doing well. He's got a CS lead right now, and he is getting attention. Rudy's making his way up very slowly, huffing and puffing as he goes.
Rudy just got seen though, on the ward that's on Krugs and on the pink ward. So there's been pings on Rudy. They know exactly where he is. That's why Rudy's...
He's not even in the bush, yeah.
Yeah, Rudy, they have the feeling because of how fast Sivir and Janna got pushed back.
Jay, well, hold on, listen. Your favorite music's playing.
Every time that plays,
it's a good
I always
skin,
get
man.
a smile on my face. I like it, man.
Yeah. All right, so looking at Peppy and Godbro, we haven't seen much from them since the early level 1 attempt on Rudy's life. And obviously, Lissandra is much more of like a team utility lockdown pick than it is going to be like this crazy carry burst, but we have seen Lissandras go pretty big. And Peppy has been, despite what Warleb is saying, stepping up back into what he was known for, doing these really crazy plays and sometimes often carrying the game. But not every game.
Yeah, not every game.
We're seeing flashes of that, and that is good for Giants as a team. I mean, see that come back.
We even saw the Xerath yesterday.
Yeah, serious throwback.
Peppy, that was a big throwback to me while I was watching. I was like,
he was shooting 3-pointers too.
Yeah, he was.
It was good.
But not so much in the result of that game, unfortunately.
No.
They got caught out quite a bit yesterday. But you spoke about utility mid laners. Both of these mid lane players have gone for the utility in this game. They want to snowball other people, which is fine. I do like Peppy when he's on form and is on a carry because he plays with a lot more confidence. We've seen in the first games of both of their series, Giants basically win convincingly, and Peppy is just smiling, beaming from ear to ear.
Of course, when they lose, I mean, you can see he puts his hands on his head. And
exactly.
He's a very emotionally charged player, and it helps when you have somebody like that who is in such a carry and very important role on your team to be able to facilitate the good mindset. Giants need to keep that going if they want to win.
One thing that Peppy will struggle with here is Godbro is going for the I need to get to mid lane as fast as I can all the time build.
Good old alacrity
which
boot.
is alacrity early onto just, your tier 2 boots. Run out, make sure you can queue. What this is going to do is mean that Godbro can run out, push out the lane, as Peppy is like teleporting out, and can then utilize his own TP. So it means every time Peppy should be losing damage on that tower, and he's going to be able to get himself back into the action and everything like that.
Taking a look, still a slim lead here for Huma, but nothing significant, just a lot of counter jungle. We did see Giants pick up a dragon that was, of course, not spotted by Huma, and there really wasn't any counterplay for them. They didn't go for the Rift Herald. In this situation where it's less, oh, we know we're going to swap back and forth and we're just going to fast push these towers, we have seen teams in the lower tiers of play really kind of just back and forth attempt to trade with each other in sort of an awkward laning phase. So far following what we expect.
Interesting itemization for SmittyJ. And there is a reason for it as well. So typically we see a lot of 75k Byspawn Gauntlet on Poppy, but notice the Spectre's Cowl. So we say this a lot, but it's always good to remember. Rammus, when he returns damage, it is magic damage that gets taken back. So SmittyJ right now is going to sit on Spectre's Cowl. Peppy, however, sitting duck mid lane.
Yeah, he is. He puts the tomb on himself, and there's a pair of teleports in. You got to think Peppy's going down sooner or later, but the Claw will not go through as they stun him up with a gold card. And Huma surrounding him, picking up first blood. It's Holy Phoenix. Now Rudy's gone down, and Smitty J is still caught between 3 members, but he's got Wisdom for backup. Can he get away as tanky as a Poppy can be? But the Rammus taunt comes in. The Monsoon around the side for hustling. Godbro trying to hustle his way to freedom as well. Sivir chasing him down. Jinno coming up. Godbro gets the gold card on, but he gives his life for it. All said and done, it's a 2-for-1. Make that 2-for-3 as J Sweet Cass goes down. All for Peppy.
Giants are lighting up the studio with their shouting in this one. 3-for-1 overall. It looked a bit dire for Peppy as he got caught out first. Now he's going to TP in for the tail end of the play, keep that minion alive. This is going to be mid tower going down now for Giants. This was a great turnaround out of this team.
Shows you how long that fight was. Even though the death timers are low, he's able to teleport in on the back of it. Giants pick up 3 after losing Peppy, and Huma just overextend their hand, losing a tower as well as losing 3 members. That swings the gold. Almost 2,000 in the lead as Rudy has to fight for his own blue buff now.
And consider that all comes from Huma trying an aggressive play onto Peppy in the middle lane, trying to get this working for them. It even didn't go amazingly well for Smitty J. We'll take a look at this as it comes in. So Rudy knows he can come in because he's standing on a pink ward. This is a great combo onto Peppy. The problem is they don't have the damage to kill him quick enough that he gets the ult off on himself. Doesn't get the core and dies because of it, that's fine. But note that Smitty J's hammer only hit a minion. It didn't actually hit anybody from Huma. So Smitty J somehow is able to stay alive in this. Just the little resistances that he's got from his itemization, the Monsoon, Wisdom causing trouble. And Sunstar had actually chased Holy Phoenix all the way down the river and had dealt half of his health, which meant Holy Phoenix had to come all the way back to this defensive position under the turret, all the way to get his ultimate off. Consider he started top lane and was running down taking damage. That's how slow Huma were trying to get into this fight and how well Giants were blocking them from doing it.
Sometimes you just got to leave the Poppy alone, man. If they hadn't gone for the chase, they probably would have only lost 1. And as it stands, Giants get themselves a pretty solid swing on the gold. Huma have answered a little bit back in the interim, though. It's really only about 1,000. Obviously, early game things can shift quite quickly. Next Dragon will be 2 minutes away, since Giants did pick that one up quite stealthily, but they're rocking themselves a pretty happy lead here. As the lanes resettle, only difference has been that mid tower knocked down, and you can see Godbro pretty far extended, but he knows he's safe since all eyes are on the rest of Giants.
Yeah, but the thing is, Godbro now doesn't have that tower. So you allude to it extended. He's always trying to run back out, utilizing the build we were talking about. The problem is now he can actually get punished from it. Wisdom wasn't in position to do it, and Rudy was around to counter. So it's not that easy to punish this Twisted Fate, but certainly can still happen. He still wants to maintain Peppy's position under tower, though, because it is going to give Huma a lot more freedom on the map, despite not having their mid lane tower, because Godbro is going to be looking to utilize that TF ult sometime soon. It's going to be up before the teleport is available for Peppy, so that's going to really be the next play for Huma, is how do they use that TF ult to get Holy Phoenix maybe further ahead.
But for Giants, they're eyeballing the Rift Herald to be able to push out towers a little bit quicker. Should go to Wisdom here. Eventually. No, he's giving it to Sunstar.
This lighting. Well, Sunstar now plus
push in.
this Janna. This push is going to be so fast. Problem is, they're against the Jhin, and he can pretty much take out 4 of the minions very quickly.
True. But they have the pushing power as well, and with Wisdom up here, Holy Phoenix and J Sweet Cass might have to give this up.
Yeah, with 3, this is not something they want to take a fight under here.
Rudy's coming, but he's going to be slow. Oh, they actually do clear the minion waves away, but look at the damage they've already dealt to it.
No TP for either of Giants.
He hits a collateral on that one, and it barely touches Phoenix.
He got a little bit of damage down. It's enough for Giants to want to go aggressive. Look at the zone they're putting down.
Yep.
Pushing them back.
They want that tower, and they will have it.
It takes a while, but at the same time, Giants, they're looking for this stopgap objective now. Because, okay, they get Rift Herald, they get top tower. Now they just shove top tower all the way out. Then they go bottom, get Dragon, probably push bottom tower out. It's fairly linear for Giants, but at the same time, if they're constantly bouncing objective to objective, you're always getting further ahead. It's at the point where you go, well, we've got these towers down and there's no Dragon and no Rift Herald, so what do we do? That's when teams slow down.
Yeah.
Giants have got clear objectives for the next few minutes.
Well, what's really great for this about Giants, aside from just being ahead, is like you said in picks and bans, they're building this comp that needs to get ahead, and now Peppy looking to chase down Werlib or just zone him away. Yet another tower is going to fall. But back to your point about not knowing what to do when all the objectives are gone, that really has been where Giants have struggled. They've played a number of games. Some of yesterday's games against Splice come to mind, where they get up and they get a great push on, and then they overextend their hand because there's not much for them to take, and then they get collapsed on. And that turns everything around, and they just look lost.
Yeah.
They've got to be able to fix those gaps. Even if they are able to take this series handily and make it back into the LCS, if they don't fix those issues, they're still going to end up at the bottom of the table come the end of summer.
Oh, they've got to be careful here, though. You can see from the side, just Ucasta was trying to come around. Rudy was in this bottom lane as well. There was a potential there for Huma to have looked to engage, but SmittyJ's TP is available, as is Peppy's. So we're at the point where it's kind of the standoff now, because all of the globals are available. It now means Giants just have this extra time now on the map to start pushing out, mainly because like SmittyJ seems to be doing very well against Willib as it is, and you can see he's been given time alone in the top lane to push the wave up. So until somebody gets the opportunity to recall and head back there, it's going to be damage onto that tower. I wonder actually how much work SmittyJ can get done, because you can see...
No one's responding.
Bottom lane was getting pushed up pretty heavily as well. Now Graves comes up. This is a big window, perhaps, for Giants. That tower's gone.
Yeah, and it's so hard for Huma to try and flank. They've got one teleport in the form of Willib, and everywhere that Huma do have wards, they're lit up by Giants as well. They have eyes on the rest of the map. 20 minutes into this game, they've got 5,000 gold ahead.
And there's two things that went wrong here for Huma and why they lost that tower. The first one is that both Holy Phoenix and Willib were down in the bottom lane, looking to clear out or maybe try and start a fight. From there, Willib didn't choose to teleport top because Huma want to hold their TP. They want to be able to react to the Giants and utilize the home guard because it's just become available. Because of that, there was nobody to clear the wave. SmittyJ takes down the top. It's a free tower for Giants that shouldn't have gone down in any circumstance.
Yeah, really, once again, sloppy. Not so much in trying to chase fights, but just not reacting fast enough. Not realizing, okay, we have to cross-map something. Okay, we have to get vision on the flank and be able to spot them before they can take these free things. Now they're only sitting on 2 inner turrets. They've got no dragons. They've only been able to pick up 1 kill, and that was a massive collapse on a Peppy that then cost them even more than that. Huma are starting to run out of options, and they need time for this Jhin and this Twisted Fate to start bringing more damage to the fights.
Well, the thing is, they haven't utilized this Twisted Fate, really. All he did was ult top once, and that was it. And he couldn't get anything from that because it was defensive ult. And now that they've got TF down in the bottom lane, it kind of neutralizes a lot of what TF brings. Because TF's flexibility is that he can obviously go anywhere within the zone, which mid lane gives you more option. Now they TF ult onto bottom lane. TP responds.
Yeah, but Godbro, okay, flashing and using his cleanse, and Rudy is knocked away, but Willib around the backside will help secure that assist. Godbro going incredibly low. The gold card is on, and the buckler gets SmittyJ the kill, but he might pay for it with his life, or is it Rudy that's gonna pay a lot of damage from that Poppy as Sonstar comes in and finishes off Rudy with a boomerang blade. Now Willib is caught between the rest of Giants and Huma. Every move they make, every step they take, Giants punish them for it, but the curtain call is on, and Sonstar, body blocked by SmittyJ. Holy Phoenix will pick up one on the shot. And it looks like he spent it all. Willib going low yet again. Smitty taking a lot of damage in return, but he manages to punish Willib. What a bloody fight it's been, and it's 3-2. We're not done yet, as Holy Phoenix flashes away and Giants look for turret.
3 for 2 overall. Giants coming out the better for it. Again, Huma start the play. Giants punish. They try and get onto Peppy, but Peppy takes too long to kill on his own. He has his ultimate, and I don't believe he had Zhonya's for this fight, but gets it very soon after. So Peppy claws to just create a little bit of distance here. In comes SmittyJ from the backside. Peppy actually didn't ult himself in this fight. It was on Godbro, so didn't have that extra time, but Willib from behind was enough to take it down. SmittyJ is very strong at this point in the game. Iceborne Gauntlet has a bunch of other items that you'll see when we come back into live, because he's just got bits and pieces of everything. But from here, like, this just is good skirmishing by Giants, to be honest. Yeah. They're just balancing everything well.
Oh,
Again,
another so much time. Yeah, but look at how much they're investing in this. Okay, Peppy pops his Zhonya's. No way he's going to be able to get out of this one. He does burn that, and the gold card's on again. This time he's got friends. Now Sonstar's here. Godbro gets the kill picked up, but he is going to get punished for it himself. Sonstar with the revenge. 3-1-2 on this Sivir, and he's having a great game as it's a 1-for-1 yet again.
But look at where Giants are going here. Now it's Holy Phoenix that can wave clear. Luckily, there's not enough minions in this wave to actually keep this push going until the next wave joins. But still, Godbro keeps trading his life 1-for-1, which normally would be fine on a TF. Normally you want a TF to go and blow up some kind of hyper carry and just TP in on the back. We've seen that time and time again. The problem is he's dying at the beginning of fights, and Peppy's getting damage onto everybody else at the same time.
They can't use that utility, but speaking of, Smitty's able to send 2 flying back into the base, and Werlib now is caught as tanky as he is. He can't get enough damage. Smitty is finally going to get taken out by Holy Phoenix. Wisdom on the follow-up. He's down as well as Rudy picks him up. This is the chance for Huma to start answering and equalizing. Hustlin taking 1, taking 2. Body blocked by Sunstar with a spell shield. And they'll get out, but a counter push now for Huma going down the mid lane. Let's see if Sunstar can clear it.
Unfortunate timing there for the Giants. Peppy was up in 1 second from that first death. So Peppy actually chose not to TP into the fight to try and turn that one around. Holds on to the summoner spell, keeps himself in the base for then and just runs out. So could have maybe tipped back if that fight had been a little bit more prolonged, but it was a fairly long fight as it was. This comes after Peppy had died. This is the tail end of the fight. You can see at this point, Huma, especially Wilif, has started to become very tanky. You can see he's taken damage, but not too much, even though there's 3 damage dealers hitting him at this point. Now it's on Giants to just fall back, and without the Sivir ultimate, the Janna ultimate is not quite available, except now. They can't really disengage that fight too much better than they did.
We're able to clear the wave back, so they didn't really lose any towers for it. Dragons Live, we haven't really seen them being fought over, but between you and me, with the teams playing this way, that might actually start to change. Huma are in position, but Giants are posturing towards that as well.
Sunstar has opted for the Phantom Dancer. And as I say, that TF ult has come out. Smitty J is
the wind up, and he gets stunned after he knocks the hammer. Meanwhile, a teleport coming in for Peppy, and Huma are just getting blown away as Smitty brings the hammer down on Rudy's head. Werlib now, Jacewikas and Godbro all on the run. They're not tanky enough to withstand this.
And not tanky enough, but something Peppy did pretty nicely there in that fight was he closed a lot of distance on Holy Phoenix and then popped Zhonya's so that he knew continuing to fight.
Distance closing. Werlib looks to go for even more with Wisdom, but Peppy's around the side. Now, the rest of whom are starting to fall, though. Holy Phoenix as well. Shut down after he cleanses, and it's just Godbro to stay alive. Boomerang Blade will clip him. Hustling going around to see if he can get the Howling Gale off, but no, and Godbro just gets out of town with the flash.
You're not healthy enough for this, Giants. Oh, no, Smitty J can tank. Smitty J can tank. Okay.
He can tank everything, man.
He can. They can do this. Yeah, it's dying faster.
I wanted to talk about Smitty J's role in this team, but there's just been so much action. Giants have lost Peppy in a lot of the start of these fights.
Yeah.
Or off the back half of it. If the Baron does go down, they do secure it. Because Huma have been focusing and spending so many ultimates, so many cooldowns on him. But then they can't follow up on Smitty. They can't follow up on Sunstar. Look at how it starts with Smitty J.
This time was all on Smitty J, and look, 3 people commit to him, but then back away as soon as the TP comes out. It's an easy play here for Peppy, even though he loses half his health. Look, he's Zhonya's, and Holy Phoenix has to cancel his ultimate early because of the threat that Peppy is just imposing on Holy Phoenix from being close. If he gets onto Holy Phoenix, there's a potential Holy Phoenix just dies in that fight. Even though he has cleanse available, the rest of the follow-up part of the fight, Peppy gets into the back lane again, takes out multiple people, helps Smitty J do it. Honestly, this game has been won and lost on Huma starting fights that they can't finish. And Giants have just outfought them. Time and time and time again.
On every front. They pick up the Baron, they pick up Dragon number 3. That gold lead, of course, now extends to 8,000 at the 27.5 minutes into this game. We'll see if Giants can push even farther in. Remember, they've been pecking away and getting chip damage on this inner turret. Smitty just says, screw it, we don't need minions. We got it. And that's the last inner turret.
I mean, a lot of this is just champ select. When you look at it, the playstyle that Giants want to do is very aggressive, very running focused. Huma were looking more to snowball Holy Phoenix with this TF pick. You get the TF, you go to the side lane, you snowball them. They were expecting a lane swap, ended up in Australia lanes, and realistically have just chosen to fight all the time. It's always been Huma that have been choosing the fights. And because they're playing into Giants' hands every single time, it means Huma burn all of their ults at the beginning, and Giants go, okay, well, we've got Sivir ult, we've got Lissandra ult, we've got Poppy ult, let's just keep going, we've got you.
Yeah, and they just haven't had any trouble. Smitty J has just been a beast this game. And a lot of it is on that magic resist he picks up early. The Spirit Visage, of course, was completed some time ago, but Whirlib returning magic damage. Godbro couldn't get a whole lot done. Holy Phoenix is doing a lot of damage, but as you've mentioned, he's had to cancel his ults. He's had to cancel a lot of autos that he would normally like to be pecking out continuous damage on just because of the threat of Peppy, who hasn't even picked up a kill this game. He's been a massive threat regardless. Giants now sieging on this inhibitor turret in the top side, not taking that much damage, just wildcards flying. And Rudy gonna try to make a play here, but he gives his own life for it. Now Godbro stunned and pinned against the wall. Nothing doing as Peppy gets his first kill of that game. Jesuit Koss, one more auto, and Sunstar picks him up. Now chasing Whirlip into Nexus Towers. That's how you know this game's gone screwy. Hustlin gets his Monsoon on, and that's going to be Inhibitor, if not the game.
That's going to be the game here for Giants. There is only 13 seconds left on Baron, but they should be able to stack a big enough wave into this. Wisdom's just going behind the tower. Once Holy Phoenix.
Yeah, Holy Phoenix is just going to retreat to his own fountain, sends out the curtain call, and they're just having fun here. Smitty dives it. Oh, boy, this is getting a little crazy. All right. Holy Phoenix is starting to chase Wisdom down, and he's got a flourish, but there's a dodge. And this game is actually not going to end just yet. That was a big mistake by Giants.
Yeah, Giants, what are you doing this for? This is a game to hold...
Oh! Okay.
Right, this is a game to hold your LCS spot. You do not fountain dive in game 1 of a best of 5, regardless of how far ahead you are. I love that they're confident. Don't get me wrong. It's fine. It's fun. It's nice. This is an important game.
Yeah, that was that was disrespect,
kind of,
man.
Like, frustrates me. Obviously, this isn't a perfect game from any standpoint, and of course, Huma have got a hell of a road to walk back in this game 1 if they want to make it.
But if they end up winning because of that,
it's a long way away. Giants realistically should be able to regroup and take one more fight and win. But why not win the game when you can?
Godbro gets the stun onto Sansar here, and now Huma on the run, on the retreat. Big barrel from Rudy as they heard the on the hunt. Smitty going for the chase onto Jesuit Koss, gets the bop up, and Whirlip going around the side. They actually stun up Peppy for just a minute as he roots himself with the Frozen Tomb. Godbro around the side, Whirlip as well trying to tank all the damage, and Peppy gets his Zanyas on to save his own life. So many ways to keep himself alive. Whirlip will finally fall. Koss is against the wall, and Smitty turns him into minced cheese.
Yeah.
2 more Den.
At this point, it should just be all she wrote for Giants now as they look to take
You would
it down.
think.
This time they'll end it. They shouldn't be stupid again. Rudy's dead.
Bye, Rudy.
That's it. Okay, this game is done. It's 2 minutes longer than it should have been, but this will be Giants taking down.
Not if Godbro has anything to say about it. Smitty is actually taking a lot of damage between the tower mostly, but he just is so tanky that he can't get taken out. 5 members of Giants here. Godbro and Phoenix trying to hold the line, but it's just one Nexus turret, and that won't be there for long. Super minion wave stacking up in that top side. Smitty still holding on to life. And the Nexus is going to go down, even with Cass coming back up. Oh, should have been a little bit longer. 31, almost 32 minutes in. Giants will take the victory to go 1-0 in the series.
Well, I'm glad to see they're having a little bit of fun. It's very different to what we've seen from the Giants' mentality all the way through the split, but okay, you got game 1. Hopefully
Some
that's
silly plays at the end.
Hopefully that's it for them now. They've got that out of their
You gotta go serious mode.
Now it's serious mode, hopefully. Cass is like, what? They disrespect me by diving me on Fountain?
They did give Holy Phoenix another kill.
They did, yeah. They were just padding his stats for him.
Chasing down Wisdom at the end, man. I mean, Huma, yeah, like as you said, a lot of this was pick ban. Yeah. They weren't able to do a whole lot once they couldn't make use of the Godbro ultimates. And Godbro, putting all your eggs in that basket, yesterday proved very catastrophic for them.
Yeah.
I think Huma has to rethink their strategy going into game 2.
Yeah, they certainly do. So, looking at some end-of-game scores, 0-0-16 for Hustlin. Not that Jana's the most difficult champion.
He was hustling, though.
Yeah, not that it's the most difficult champion when you're winning, but certainly we saw another champion that isn't Alistair Brawl or Tron.
That is true. So some hope for more champions in the pool. Now, we're going to send to the analyst desk to break down Giants' Game 1 victory.
Thank you, gentlemen. Convincing victory from Giants in game 1. We saw Huma there not looking happy at all. You guys had a thing or two to say about the pick and ban phase, but Yamato had the most to say, so I will give you the floor.
Okay. So, for starters, I think Giants, they brought up some new things that we haven't seen before. They played the Janna. I kind of complained about Hustlin's champion pool, and also the Sivir. But when it comes to Huma's side, Lovely first rotation in the shape of Trundle, Gragas with the flex. They pick the Poppy on the other side. They have the counter matchup, but then they bring in the Trundle support blind, and all of a sudden they have this Ramos, and all lanes are countered. They're getting pushed in everywhere, and to round it all off, they pick in Twisted Fate into Lissandra. It makes no sense. They get pushed in everywhere.
Can you tell us about that matchup? Why it is so bad?
Mainly because like TF can really push Lissandra in. Like it's not the worst matchup in the world for TF, but it's not good either. And especially when you have this Jhin and TF together, and you build Roar on TF, you won't have any damage for team fights. Like you could see it in the fights, even when they tried to gank Peppy, they had one round of cooldowns, and then there was no damage. And the general ulti healed everybody back on full HP, and the fight is over.
So we can all agree, we all hated the Huma draft. We obviously disagreed also with Rod of Ages Twisted Fate in this case here, because they even tried to gank the mid lane, obviously with no damage. Even have a replay of that, I believe.
Yeah, we'll come up in a second.
We can just take that one up already and look at it, because Huma just end up having good individual components, but they don't manage to put them together at all. So like
it starts off well.
This is fine engaged, but Rudy's now out of mana and using your entire burst, and your Rod of Ages Twisted Fate.
Yeah, now the ulti comes in from Lissandra, and she's back in HP, and like she dies, but eventually it will make Giants get time to come back in and turn the fight.
So the big problem I see here is Holy Phoenix, he had a good path into mid. This is the first time in the game they possibly had a chance to push, which is sure in a game where you draft so poorly, you have to take these opportunities. But Holy Phoenix stopped up in the river, allowed Sivir to catch up, and if Holy Phoenix is not going to be a part of this fight early on, then the DPS is always going to lack.
So let's try and be more than armchair analysts and always just sit and complain and come up with solutions for Huma's draft here. Because
People
we were
like
talking
us that we're negative, though. You
Sure,
call
now-
things out. It's good.
Now we got to be a little bit positive here, and we're going to try and find, changes for the draft. We want a Trundle top lane here instead of swapping it to support. I preferably would have wanted like a Bard coming in for them, because they ran the same kind of pick comp with the Jhin, TF, and Bard yesterday, and actually worked out really, really well, because the long range you can catch people on is surprising a lot of people. Obviously, Giants now can be very happy with that first game. So put in a Bard, you have Bard, Jhin as your lane, you win 2v2. All right, you have Trundle into Poppy, you win the 1v1. Good, it's looking awesome so far. And then you can even still pick the TF, because you can snowball both side lanes.
Yeah, you could even pick Lissandra as well. Like they could save their flex for last, and all mid picks were pretty much banned this game. So Lissandra was like pretty much free unless you have a niche counter pick. So.
What is there any crazy counter picks you could think of?
Varus is fine. If you take Cleanse, he can still push her in, but it's not like really niche. And I don't know, maybe bust out the Vel'Koz,
I feel like the strength of Lissandra is always always going to have this one or two opportunities where you can just push, sacrifice your HP. Doesn't matter. You can still gank, because like you can push for free. You take some harassment. Doesn't matter. You put pressure on the map. That is the beauty of Lissandra and the strength of Lissandra. Always her possibilities to gank. Always you can always create that.
Yeah, and Huma is red side in all possibly 5 games, so this is a time for the coach to shine. We see them on the picture there, because now you have a lot of things at your disposal, quite of information. The question is, does Huma as a team and the coach as a coach, do they have what it takes to adapt in this best of 5, or are you drawing conclusions out of this game 1?
I feel like, judging from the pick and ban phase, we've seen now 5 games in a row, the 4 games yesterday and the game here. Every pick and ban phase seems to have some problems, outside of the one where they ran the Bard, Jhin, TF, which worked for them. I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see almost the same kind of rotations come in, like the Trundle first pick again, but then this time put it top lane. I think maybe Werlip saw there was like Sivir, Graves, and Poppy is like, oh, physical damage, everywhere. Pick the Rammus, I'm going to be unkillable. Just forgot the fact that you need to still get to the point where you have 2-3 items on Rammus, and you will just lose the game before.
I feel like a big issue as well is the fact that they need to ban Corki, Azir, the 2 champions that Godbro struggled with or against in mid lane. That is a big, big problem, because as soon as Giants has showed now that they play the Sivir, they can play other mid laners like Lissandra blind. I don't think these bans are worthy anymore. They need to swap it around to get more value out of the first rotation. Maybe ban Trundle, put high priority on the Poppy.
It just generally seems like that Giants' champion pool is so much bigger than Huma's. Like, we've seen the same picks over and over, and if they can't adapt with their pick ban, then it's going to be really hard for them. But I think even the players should know that this pick ban is not good.
I think they do well. Giants, they got out the gate swinging, and they have a 1-game lead, but Huma can tie things up in Game 2. Our coverage of the European Summer Promotion Tournament continues right after this.
As a Poppy can be, but the Ramiston comes in. The Monsoon around the side for hustling. Godbro trying to hustle his way to freedom as well. Sivir chasing him down. Jinno coming up. Godbro gets the gold card on, but he gives his life for it. Now Werliv is caught between the rest of Giants and Huma. Every move they make, every step they take, Giants punish them for it. Werliv looks to go for even more with Wisdom, but Peppy's around the side. Now, the rest of whom are starting to follow, though. Holy Phoenix as well. Should have been a little bit longer. 31, almost 32 minutes in. Giants will take the victory.
We played a lot better against Splice than CW. Our synergy got a lot better. Communication is still a bit worse than normal, but I think we are doing fine. And yeah, if we keep it like this, we can win.
Well, they've clearly improved in, well, 10, now 11 games. Giants just keep on rolling. Welcome back, everybody. As we speak, Huma is settling in to look to tie the series with Giants, but that's going to be tough, especially the way Smitty J played last game. I mean, look at that guy on Poppy. He was just bopping fools.
Yeah, the analyst desk even talked about it. You kind of had the counter matchup. You could have had Trundle up in the top lane if human, but no, you let Smitty J have the Poppy. You know, he had a good game in general. Just early fights, he was soaking up a lot of attention, a lot of damage, but the game just looked convincing from all aspects from the Giants in this first game of the series.
Oh, yeah, and it all comes down to that composition that they built. The Sivir comp, very simple, very straightforward, and, you know, going back from last season since Sivir did receive the buffs, and everyone's been rocking all the tanks. So Peppy, though, going on the Lissandra pickup.
Yeah.
And everyone's still targeting him on Huma's side because, oh, take the Peppy, take the game. It didn't matter. He just got around the backside and messed up everybody's day, and Huma, they overfought.
Yeah, they overfought and fought without Holy Phoenix in a lot of circumstances as well, and that meant a lot of their damage was lacking. Interesting thing, though, is if you look at the trends of the last 2 days of competition here in the promotion tournament, Giants have won the first game convincingly.
That is true.
Every series, it's been like Giants straight out of the gate.
But then like 2 games lost.
Yeah, 2 games lost, then they lose a couple. Oh.
So eventually we're in for 5 games is what you're telling me.
If
All right.
anything like the others.
Let's find out. Pick and banner. Once again, Giants are on the blue side. Remember, they will be blue side for the rest of the day.
Every game.
So our colors are at least appropriate here. Jax, no surprise ban. The Kalista once again. And Nidalee and Azir. So far, we got the same bands as last game.
Yeah, well, will we end up with the same picks as well? Because Giants have no real reason to change anything. So you have to assume in this circumstance it's going to be the Sivir first pick again. If that's what Giants thought worked out well for them, I would agree that it worked well for them.
The Lulu's ban, the Corky's ban, I mean, it's the exact same situation. Giants, if it worked once, why not?
The other side is they may want to take the Trundle away. Because they've now seen, obviously, Huma are going to prioritize it super high in their first rotation. Huma, I actually expected to just do the same thing again.
Yeah, but this time they shouldn't take the Rammus.
Right, well, I mean
obviously there's a lot more to see, but assuming everything goes the same.
Well, I mean, here, Trundle, Gragas, is nothing wrong with that. Same game state as last game. So go Gragas, Trundle. And then, Giants, last time they went with Graves, Poppy here. The likelihood is that the Trundle will go top, though, in this circumstance. But that is going to be the adjustment here. So now, do Giants go completely in a different way and go Graves and something else, and maybe look to flex the Graves up to top lane? It is a pick that SmittyJ does play.
It is. We'll have to see if that's what he does choose. I think the leaving Warlib on the Trundle, just saying that's okay, we're going to be able to take that, no problem. As Wisdom locks in the Elise as well. That's something we saw a couple times for Giants so far. And they also take the Poppy. I like to pick that up once again, likely for SmittyJ.
That's an interesting one. So they're basically daring Huma to take the matchup top lane with the Poppy into the Trundle. The Elise change-up is an interesting one. So it gives Wisdom a little bit more presence when it comes to crowd control. Has that catch potential. I wonder whether they're going to look to try and, put the pressure onto Warlib in that top lane by using this Elise. Get that cocoon. Analysts were talking about the support pick, and it gets locked in. They were saying maybe if they want to run the same composition but want to run a Bard with it, that would work a lot better for them. So that's what they go with.
Huma's lone win against Rocket yesterday was with Jesuitas on Bard, and combined with Illusion, that's a very, very strong lane.
Right, but yesterday their win, I believe it was with a Jhin, though, which was the other thing. So the Jhin was able to set up, the Bard was able to set up the Jhin. So it was, an effective combination between the two. Outside of lane, I still quite like Bard and Lucian together. I
think it lets them surround and collapse. I mean, you've got a pretty beefy front line between the Gragas and the Trundle right now. Question is, what do they round that out with? What do they give to Godbro? The Twisted Fate, he just never made good use of it. And if Peppy does lock in this LeBlanc, you have to start thinking, what in the hell am I going to do to deal with that?
Well, I mean, if they lock in this LeBlanc, it's not the same type of composition as last time, but it's still a very aggressive composition. You kind of don't have the utility that the Lissandra had, where, you just lock down multiple people and then ult yourself. In this game, it's going to be more about Peppy dealing damage at the same time. He's going to be able to blow people up. So very aggressive composition coming out from the Giants. Now what do Huma answer with? Do they go with something like a Lissandra for themselves, which is available?
Yeah. I feel like they want to bring a little bit more damage.
I'm wondering, what does Godbro play into LeBlanc, though? Because, so the Ahri matchup is no longer a good as good a matchup.
I was actually just talking to Senkux in the back room about that.
Yeah, because obviously now LeBlanc will finish her dash before once the charm hits. So
still
no longer
damage,
do you just catch her halfway through.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's take a look at what Godbro has picked so far. I mean, the Twisted Fate, obviously, probably not going to be the choice. He did play that Nautilus one game, but they need more damage. The Quinn is an option, but is he going to be able to execute that? That's a lot of AD.
So, Quinn is a pick we've seen out of Godbro. played it into CosQ's Corki a lot in the playoffs, actually. I wasn't the biggest fan of Godbro's Quinn. He kept going aggressive under the enemy tower and was dying for it.
You know, the issue though for Godbro is regardless of what he's picked in this series so far and yesterday, we didn't really see much out of him, period. And you have to question if he cannot compete with these players, even though Peppy is arguably getting back to his old form. Even if they make LCS, what will he be able to do against, you know, those typical EU mid laners, man? I mean, he's got to be able to show something we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, but you know, Pulse and I during Challenger were talking about how good Godbro was compared to how we've seen him over the last year in Challenger.
Right.
And it's a little disappointing to see his performance in the promotion tournament specifically, because it kind of reaffirms that out of the mid laners that are here in the promotion tournament, he still is in that 4th, 5th spot. I think he and Cadril are fairly similar, but when you compare them even to like the likes of Peppy, you know, Senkux and Betsy, they're kind of almost head and shoulders better than the Challenger mid laners. So it is tough. It is tough for Godbro.
Yeah, well, maybe he'll find some inspiration. Maybe he'll step it up. If you guys think that's the case, head over to LOL Esports, at LOL Esports. Tweet #HMA win if they're going to even this series up. #GAA win if you think Giants with another Sivir comp, albeit a slightly different one, will take the series 2-0 and move it to game number 3 as the players load up onto the Rift for the 2nd time today. Giants firmly and handily in the lead. Will they continue that trend? Or will Huma pull out something different?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Let's find out.
There's our favorite owl.
They always got to get that in.
There's actually several owls on the Rift.
Yeah. So.
Quinn LeBlanc. You see a bird's eye view right there.
I see. God, you didn't even mean to do it as well. Terrible, 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 terrible.
We got a million of them.
So it looks the initial setting is standard lanes when you look at where people are on the map. Trundle on the top side, Lucian on the bottom side with Bard. So Lucian Bard is not a lane that I really would want to go up against. We're seeing the exhaust come out from Hustlin. I mean, realistically, it's difficult to kill Lucian Bard here. So yesterday we had a lot of ignites on support, specifically on Braum. So
yeah, that like tilted a lot of our color casters.
It did.
I remember.
I was sat at home thinking, wow, I'm hearing this again.
Yeah.
And now I'm saying it on air. Ah, yeah.
Streamception.
Tilting. It's all good. But there is going to be a lot of damage that comes from Lucian Bard.
Oh yeah. Now, Giants have really made no move to try and spy out a lane swap either. They're playing it out very conservatively. You saw a couple of wards placed topside on both teams, but for Huma, they actually are going for a very late invade here as the mini Krug is taken. Sansar and Hustle actually stop, and here comes Jesvikas. They dodge out. Bard Q traded fairly effectively until the Boomerang Blade came back in, though, and the Cosmic Binding was not enough damage there.
Yeah. The thing is, a lot of that damage that just got traded onto Sunstar is going to get traded back from these Relic stacks. Looking at it, though, look at Holy Phoenix. He managed to get the push on in the lane. So the small minion went over to Sunstar and Hustlin, but the lane experience went over to Holy Phoenix. So I believe he's like, he's even if not one creep ahead. Looking at it, yeah, he's one creep up. So he's gonna hit level 2 first, and is obviously gonna then have the trading potential. Cast actually hit level 2 first.
Oh, there he goes, just behind him. Holy Phoenix, I mean, this bodes well for him and this bottom lane of Huma. In the standard lane scenario, the game plan here seems to be really don't rock the boat. As yeah, Godbro gets a couple of Raptor steals. Wisdom doesn't even notice.
He will not. He saw the. I mean,
he's gonna have to
back. So he knows somebody was there. So that does actually now slow Wisdom a little bit. There's not too much experience, but there is obviously some added on there. So it just slows Wisdom down. A lot of it is just because Godbro got the push in the beginning.
So what do Huma really want to do other than just kind of prolong the lane phase until they're strong?
They want to prolong the laning phase for a while. Honestly, well,
glad I predicted that one then.
the analyst desk talked a lot about this, is where Huma's strengths were, and it seemed to be once they hit the 2v2. Get the standard lane set up, utilize that for as long as possible, and then try and split push late game with Whirlip. So that is pretty much what they're aiming to do in this game. They've also got Godbro that can split this Quinn as well.
Well, this is already a better start for them, because even though they were doing okay in the lanes, they had a really wonky choice of putting the Rammus in the top and not going with the Trundle pickup. and having, to have a Jin Trundle deal up with Sivir Janna, kind of a weird mismatch. This time it seems like it's much more in their favor, and even though everything is very even, if Giants don't make a move to try and change that, and maybe some Peppy roams around to pick up some kills, I feel like Humor are not going to have too bad a time this game.
Well, Humor are anticipating Wisdom either invading or coming bottom side. Just getting a ward down onto where Rift Scuttler will spawn will stop any chance of Wisdom coming down to the bottom lane. Also will give them the knowledge as soon as he tries to clear that crab. We'll be able to take that information away. Gives Rudy a little bit more security in lane. But you notice that Holy Phoenix had to go up with Je Suis Cast because in the event that Wisdom was already there, Je Suis Cast kind of goes, okay, I lose half my health.
There we go. Rudy sticking it in the mid. The chains are on Godbro, and he's not moving just yet. A lot of damage. Peppy dashing in, dashing out. And Rudy does not make a move. No lifting a finger to help him. Doesn't want to reveal his position, and now he has to dash over the wall as Wisdom was there to clear the crab. Or to clear the ward, I should say.
Yep, clears the ward off the pink, but you can see Wisdom, he's been tracked fairly heavily now throughout the game so far. We're only just under 5 minutes in, but Humor have been able to spot him a couple of times already.
Trades.
Yeah, his trading into a bard lane where everything hurts.
Yep, as Rudy finds Wisdom, a battle of the red buffs. In comes Whirlib, though. Wisdom is going to have to jump this. And now Smitty J pins Whirlib against the wall. Wisdom could come around the long side to try to assist. Whirlib is still chasing this. And Peppy now coming up on the roam. That's going to break up the fight.
Oh, but look, Peppy, look how many minions Peppy's left in the wave from mid. So he's going to lose a couple here by the looks of it. Je Suis Cast is coming up to push this back into the tower, but Peppy's here, so Je Suis Cast actually has to be careful here.
One Cosmic Binding.
But look, Peppy doesn't know who else is around, so it means, okay, so it's a couple of CS here, but all of this starts to add up. Peppy had a moment while Godbro was back in lane, but he left a big wave to come and help top lane.
Yeah. A little bit interesting decisions early on. Small things can butterfly effect into the later stages of the game. For now, though, Rudy and Whirlib are up on the top side trying to give Smitty J a hard time. Really do got to keep an eye on the junglers in standard lane scenarios, and we just see standard lane so infrequently now. The way the meta has evolved over this Season 6. And a lot of clockwork moves with the double trading of the towers, and when we see this, and often happens in the lower echelons of play, that more interesting things can happen in the early game.
Yeah, there sometimes is the opportunity
he said not biased.
for more interesting things in standard lanes. I would agree with that. Don't worry. I think the general consensus is that lane swaps are fun, but every game they get a little bored.
Well, when they're done exactly the same way, right? When it becomes a blueprint that you then follow left to right.
Sometimes the mistakes are boring. Sometimes the mistakes are interesting as well. Because sometimes you see a team botch it horribly, and then it's like, well, you just lost the game.
Yeah, that is true.
Which can be fun. I also like seeing a perfect lane swap. I think we've had like very few examples of two teams.
That is also true. But I mean, in these situations, because standard lanes we see so infrequently, it's always interesting to see how the players adapt and what they put their focus on. It depends so much on the composition, right? Because you're not guaranteed the free early towers. And if you have early game damage, like in the form of LeBlanc or Quinn, for example, you start to see some pretty explosive action happening, especially when the junglers get involved. I'd actually be curious to see if Rudy takes another trip down to this mid. He's been kind of hanging out towards the top a lot more.
He has, and a lot of that is just, as always, the focus with Humor is allow Whirlib to get to a position where Whirlib can just make decisions for himself. And as soon as Whirlib's
decision will always be split push.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as Whirlib's comfortable, he's like, great guys, I've got this. Everybody get in another lane, let me push top.
Yep.
All right.
So Peppy will pick up his own blue buff on this one. Yeah, and Whirlib, he's very outspoken about this team, about Giants. Obviously, he had been kicked from that team at the end of last year, and I would think maybe he wants a little bit of revenge. Talking up how this team is not necessarily a team. Obviously, we saw the truth of that last year, or rather this last game, we saw the not truth of that.
I think I follow you.
Yes, I think I follow me too.
I think I follow you.
It's hard for him if he continues to stay in that mindset.
Nobody saw that, really. Don't
That's
worry.
okay.
I mean, everybody saw it, but just body slams into Dragon Wall.
So the roams are just kind of coming out here. Godbro's going to be stunned up by the chains, and Peppy's got him at his mercy for a moment. The level differential is there, and you can already see a big farm difference. A lot of that's been because Peppy's been sticking in the lane after his roam, but now it could be trouble for Godbro.
Yeah, so Godbro had to, when he recalled from top lane and Peppy managed to catch most of that big wave, Godbro didn't have level 6, so he couldn't get back to lane fast enough. So it meant that the way that the wave ended up was pushed away from him. For now, though, it's a slight lead. It's significant, but at the same time, Godbro's going to be able to farm out side lanes very quickly the later this game goes.
True. Still, you got to worry about Peppy's kill pressure, of course, on this LeBlanc. Look at the damage he's dishing out.
Oh,
Godbro,
here it goes.
He's not using his cleanse here. Peppy's got the ignite. He's waiting for that.
Cooldown on W.
Let's go up top lane, though. Whirlip up against the wall, takes the Cocoon. The chain CC keeps on landing, and Whirlip takes a bite out of Smitty J, puts the cone down on him, and he's actually staying alive. Wisdom, too many shots taking up. He's going to go up, and he's going to go down. Just outside of tower range, Whirlip, can he limp away from this one? Wisdom is still sneaking in the first blood as he sinks the fangs. Godbro, though, coming up for the revenge. Will he get there in time?
Yeah, he's got there in time.
Oh, boom, vaults over. 1 auto, 2 autos, and Godbro gets revenge.
The Daredevil play, heightened senses, hits that W, spots him out, gets him with the ultimate.
She's followed him here. Uh-oh. Goes right on up. Chains are on. He vaults over. Chains have gotten broken, and he gets the mirror image here. Teleport coming in. Godbro, does he have the damage? He might. Oh, the clone's going to block one, but Godbro manages to finish the outplay. Smitty J's up here, but now he's caught between 3 Huma members. Forced to flash back.
Forced to flash back, but utilized his teleport and actually completed it as well. Rudy was able to get back into this fight. So this is the beginning of the play. Catch on to Willip, but Willip does a really good job of staying alive for as long as possible. Forces Wisdom to, repel up to drop. The turret aggro was looking to get that follow-up Q, but from here, flash Q is enough for him to stay alive. But here comes Matt Murdoch. And boom, he's gone.
Yeah, Godbro recognizing a good chance there. Now Whirlib might get punished again. This time he's on the wrong side of the turret. Wisdom, Smitty J should finish him off, but Godbro to the rescue. No, I don't think so.
This game's got a little bit messy.
It's gotten silly.
It's gotten quite silly.
It's okay, Godbro's got top now.
Godbro's got 2 kills as well. So this could go fairly heavily now in Huma's way if Godbro gets himself out onto the map. Wisdom is the one that has been taking the kills on the side of the Giants. So just been piling it into the Elise. Not opting for the tank Elise that we haven't seen in a while. It's been a while since we saw like Cinderhulk Elise.
Well, Runic Echoes is just so good. Everyone's been talking about how it's too good of a buff to pass up. And we're seeing, as a result, even tanky AP junglers going for the Runic Echoes and then into tank items.
Yeah, we are on 6.5, so it's not the nerfed Runic Echoes it is on live, we will say that. But it also now means that for Wisdom, he's obviously going to be somewhat squishier than Elise has been in the past. Obviously, we have, as I said, we haven't seen Cinderhulk in a very long time. But speaking of pressure, at least, mid lane, onto Peppy.
Yep, Rudy's there. And he goes and body slams in, throws the big barrel, but Peppy has juked him out. A lot of damage being dealt to, and Godbro will finish him up for his 3rd kill of the game. Huma might have lost that tower up top, but they're making good in the mid lane, and they might be able to pressure in this one down with the wave they've got.
Rudy with a nice body slam flash coming out of that bush made it so that Peppy had like half a second, if that, notice. Didn't pop the W back into Godbro's waiting arm, then takes it and ends up dying. So.
Godbro taking some damage from Wisdom here, but this tower could easily take it down. However, Wisdom does have the Rift Herald buff, so a little more auto attacks out of those minions. Still, they should finish this one off. In comes the Trundle. Whirlib for the assist on that, and tower goes down to equalize. Giants still holding on to a lead, but it's slim.
Smitty J ran down for this, though. He didn't have a tower to push in the top side, so Giants are still in the lead, regardless of that tower now going down in favor of Huma. Did even it up 1-1. Giants want to kind of focus bottom lane or bottom side of the map right now, as you can see it. They want to get this dragon. They just, they want to equalize some of this push in mid, but there's so many wards down on the bottom side for Huma already in their jungle that it does become difficult for Giants to move around.
Yeah, not enough, unfortunately, for Huma to prevent this dragon from going down, so Giants do pick up their first of the game and the first in the game at 13. But for Huma, they focused so much attention on that top and on that mid, and they were punishing Giants trying to answer for that. Going back to this bottom lane, it's been a farm fest for Holy Phoenix and Sonstar. And Holy Phoenix realizing this, goes for the greedy route again with the Cole. Might help him later on in the game. In goes the Bard ultimate. Tempered Fate only knocks in Hustling. And they start to chase him down here, looking under tower, and he goes over with Sky Assault. Not enough damage to take out the cow, fortunately.
I mean, Spell Shield and Unbreakable OP at that point. It's like, good luck killing that with a Bard ultimate into the rest of the chase. So Huma spend a lot bottom lane. At least that Tempered Fate. They did, however, get the Alistar ult and the Sivir ultimate. So it was a little bit in
Oh, God, bro. He is just going ham on this one. And Peppy, juke the observers even on that. In comes the big barrel to knock Smitty J away. And Cass and Rudy are on the defense. Peppy very squishy on this LeBlanc, is 0-2-0, hasn't been able to find the pickoff. And that completed Godbro has been having a much better game.
He has been having a much better game. Holy Phoenix.
Dodges right into Wisdom. He does trade back effectively, though, and dodges away from the cocoon. Cosmic Finding nails Wisdom in the back, but a magical journey will mean Huma will end the aggression right there.
Aggression ended, just utilizing
for the time
escape
being.
right there. Yeah, this is going to be a very...
He's stunned up. There's a teleport coming in. Godbro's got to make moves quickly now. Smitty knocks him against the wall, and Peppy comes in. There's the Moss Shield, the bop up from Smitty J, and a shutdown. It's hammer time for Smitty as he picks up that extra gold.
Well, Pyra, there ain't a whole lot to break down in this game because these guys are just fighting all the time.
I love it, Stress.
You muted again, Pyra.
I did it again.
It's all right. You're so excited. It's all right.
I love it, man.
Oh, TP coming in. There's some more fighting.
These guys are not holding their summoners at all. Peppy, Wisdom, both low. Peppy trying to juke. Rudy not getting the dash over the wall. Meanwhile, this tower so low. Koss thought he was safe, but then he's got to think again. Wisdom going to burn his flash, and Hustlin knocks him back. The tower will finally go down. What is going on?
I wish I had an answer to this.
Please break this game down for me, Stress.
Just bashing their head against each other, and then I'm here trying to figure out what Willib's going for with his Durham's Fist, because you would expect it to be going into Titanic Hydra on this Trundle, but normally you'd get the rest of the Hydra with the Fist and then end up getting other items after, but he's actually got the makings of... Oh, he's gone. He's got the makings of a partly of a Steric's Gauge. Well, Joram's Fist, he could be anything right now. But this was the fight before. Just Cass comes in, Whirler TP's in as well, and it's all she wrote. Because right now Huma are full health and Giants are not. J did, however, pick up Cass because he's top laner against support. So it actually should have resulted in a few more kills there. But for the Giants, they have managed to maintain a bit of a lead right now.
Yeah. Holy Phoenix gets his Cole on. His Coling, I should say. He's got that and the item. Sonstar and Hustlin taking a little bit of poke as they push back. So we've settled down for just a moment.
It is the Titanic Hydra.
Yes. So he's got the Titanic. That's important. That's good to know.
Built it in a really weird way.
Whirl of logic, man. Don't worry about it. Giants are still rocking a lead. It's 4-4 in kills right now. 2-1 in towers, and of course they've got the dragon. So they are ahead of the curve. But Huma have shown that they are not quite so susceptible as they were last game to the Sivir comp. And they have been more effectively shutting down Peppy. He only just recently finished up his Morellonomicon. Or am I wrong? Let me check back a few moments.
He had the parts earlier. I didn't see whether he went level 2.
No, he's had it for a few minutes. Never mind me.
It's all right. It's just one of those games where a lot has happened in the last few minutes. And trying to take stock of when everything happened at what time is a bit of a...
You having a good time, though?
I am. It's quite a fun game with all of this fighting.
I'm actually surprised.
What, that I'm having a good time?
Yeah, because you hate fruit and this game is bananas. Sorry, guys, I broke Stress. Smitty, meanwhile, getting chased away. Peppy as well. Godbro, this guy's just going ham. Holy moly,
that's something I
Peppy.
can get on board with.
Yep, and, well, juked. Nope, back to Godbro. Rudy said hi, and Peppy said bye.
I really don't know what Peppy's doing right now in this game. By the looks of it, Peppy is being a distraction. He's like waving a flag in front of people, like the red flag, trying to get them to charge. Unfortunately, it didn't really work. They get a turret, but they trade it on the top side. But like Peppy with 4 deaths on LeBlanc.
Well, they do keep chasing him down. Like it's partially because Godbro goes on the roam, he picks up the early kills. And now that you see a Fed Quinn roaming around the map, this starts to get dangerous. They should be able to take this last-minute Rift Herald.
Yep, they will.
And really the game kind of changes from let's get Whirler to split push to let's get Godbro to split push, right?
Well, both of them can effectively.
Yeah, they can 1-3-1.
I mean, Godbro is so strong against Peppy now. This is the first, well, I say the first, it's only game 2 of the series. So we've seen Huma utilize the counter pick on mid lane right now, give Godbro the matchup that he wants. Against this LeBlanc, he goes, okay, give me Quinn. I can win the laning phase. I can then transition that into the side push. And Godbro's back out on the map.
Yeah, this is a fantastic game from him as he picks up the Rift Herald buff, goes up topside. And unfortunately for Peppy, who is trying to have a nice, quiet farm fest, it might get rudely interrupted by Quinn and Valor. Holy Phoenix still laning, by the way, on this bottom side versus Sansar. He's not got a tower, but he's still at it.
If you're trying to have a farm fest, by the way, LeBlanc is probably not the one champion you should pick with
Well,
that.
when you go 0-4, what are you going to do, Raz?
That's true. That's true. I'm just
Need to
saying,
catch
not the
up.
best.
He is out farming. He is out farming Godbro.
Interesting thing about this, Senkux is complaining about this backstage, and I'm going to bring it up because it's funny, and probably Senkux will get mad. So a lot of this farm, Senkux was like, you know, Peppy, he takes the 3 small raptors a lot, and it inflates his farm, so it looks like he's always ahead. What I hear there is Senkux just getting a little bit salty. That's old school mid lane. Froggen used to do that every single game, man. It was just like, these are your raptors?
Back when I was casting LPL, we used to see that with Wayless all the time, but he would build Spirit of the Spectral Wraith for that. Back when that was
oh, those days on like Mariana.
He invented that, by the way. He was like, no, this is not your jungle. This is my jungle camp.
Those days.
Holy Phoenix. Peppy wants to answer kill. Dodging out, though. Bard Health Shrine's keeping him nice and healthy. Smitty J even have to run from the terror that is Godbro.
He just doesn't have the damage, though, Peppy.
No.
He's trying to get his, I'm going to assume it's going Void Staff, because those are the makings. Doesn't have a needlessly large item, so it means even against people that have, like, no MR, he doesn't actually have that much damage.
Yeah. So Giants, I mean, they're still holding a gold lead, but it does seem like they're very haphazard on the map, and pretty much just have such a lopsided Quinn matchup against anybody here. What do Giants need to do? Because Peppy's so far down, they have a Sivir comp still to start pushing. Where do they need to look on the map?
They probably need to stop fighting for a while, to be honest. The problem is they got the Sivir, they got the Alistar, they actually want to start diving, but the problem is they're not really at a safe enough point. They have to kind of avoid the Quinn, but not let her do too much damage at the same time. It's a very tricky balance now to try and play against a split-pushing Quinn that you can't actually handle. I'd be interested to see Smitty J try and take on Godbro. I don't think he could do it still. We may see that, but Cass is here as well.
Yeah. Sansar's gone for Phantom Dancer on top of his Essence Reaver, so...
He loves going Phantom Dancer.
It's Blue Sivir, or Turquoise Sivir. Sounds like a great skin idea, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you should just run Pack Sivir then.
Literally just a recolor.
You could run Pack Sivir.
Yeah,
most of her stuff is turquoise.
It's very true.
It's got that Tron feel going on.
It's one of my favorites, actually. Godbro and Peppy, back to the mid lane they go. But I mean, this is just so lopsided. You got to take a look at the gold between these two. Okay, so it's actually shy of 1,000. Yeah, go figure. That's because Peppy keeps getting that farm.
I did that when you said he's so far down. I checked it and I'm like, man, he's only 800 down. Yeah,
never mind.
Not too bad. Just like
this is why I don't analyze game.
No, it's fine. It just I feel like I probably could have alluded to that.
No, it's all right. I mean, I was curious how he was not too worried about facing off against Godbro since the chase down has just been so real. Smitty and Warlib are back in the bottom side here too, and you know, with Baron live on the Rift, yeah, it's only 22 minutes, but teams are already starting to get the vision of trying to jockey for it. And Huma have not placed too many deep wards, surprisingly. Whoa! Godbro goes way over the vault to chase down Peppy's dash.
Basically the Olympics here. That's a long jump in action.
Yeah.
I was trying to get a pole vaulting joke, maybe, but it doesn't really work.
I mean, he was flying. And Godbro, I mean, Godbro's just had a great game on this. The thing is, can this carry his team to a win? That's the question we have to ask.
Ooh, typically it has been able to, Pyra, I will tell you that much. The thing for Godbro, though, is he kind of has become an all-or-nothing player recently. We spoke during the split about being able to play utility.
There you go.
Problem is, he's actually kind of regressed. And annoyingly, I actually feel like that about a lot of Huma. This is going to sound quite critical, but Warlib, at the end of his time with Giants, we were saying he's started to adapt his playstyle. He can play more than solo carries. He can do more than split push. We saw the Hecarim engage. We started to see him start playing tanks. That's kind of regressed for Huma. He still does play tanks, but I'm just not as convinced as I was anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the Rammus wasn't that great.
Yeah, it was
also the choice in the team.
Right, it was the choice for the team, and it was fine. We've seen Warlib playing the likes of Nautilus. We've seen, I think, a Maokai game from him in Challenger as well.
Which is, you know, more meta now that we're going to see 6-6 and everything pretty soon.
Yeah.
It's all helpful. It's all
But I'm speaking less about the champions, but his performance on them. He started to be a little better at that when he was playing with Giants in the last couple of weeks, and I feel like that's kind of dropped. I'm being very...
I mean, that's completely fair. We'll have to see if Huma are able to pick up those pieces, though, because they were the Challenger champions. They did have a close but convincing series against the Copenhagen Wolves, and even though they went down against Rocket, this is still a chance to make it into the LCS. As Rudy's getting chased down, there's on the hunt pod. Jisweek Koss hits nobody with the tempered face. Sanstar had his spell shield up for it. Werlick trying to zone Sanstar off, but he runs right into Wisdom now, trying to take a bite out of the Spider. Can he get the kill? Clubs him to death, and now the fight is on in the jungle. Rudy, they might have enough damage here. Meanwhile, Godbro onto Peppy, half healths him without taking any damage in return. And he pops the mirror image. Rudy hopping over the wall, or rather he was batted over the wall. And now they're gonna re-engage on this one. In comes Godbro, and he sees a smorgasbord of kills available to him. Jisweek Koss picks up one for himself. 3 members of Giants already down. Hustlin is trying to do just that, but Holy Phoenix says no. And it is a 4-4-0 for Huma.
Nobody from Giants can deal with Werlib, let alone Godbro either. Werlib stood between 3 people and did not take any damage. From the side there, Godbro comes in, pretty much pops Peppy, gets the Duskblade proc onto him to get that passive, and then follows up with an ultimate proc. And honestly, Huma right now, they've got too many threats, and Giants have too few answers to actually deal with this. Sunstar just doesn't deal damage to any of the tanks from Huma.
Yeah, he's trying to pick off Godbro, but this Baron is already going to go down. Sunstar on the hunt just to get away. And the traffic cone comes down. Wisdom looking for a chase off onto Godbro, but good luck catching a Quinn, especially when you're rocking that summoner spell and you've got Rudy in your back pocket. So Cleanse proving very effective there, and all 5 members of Huma escape with that Baron buff, as Wisdom was still on the hunt for a kill. Let's see how this fight all happens again.
So watch as Werlib comes up from the bottom side. This looks like a really good engage for Giants. They managed to stop the Bardol doing anything. They chased Jisweek Koss and Rudy back, but now it's Werlib's time to shine. He turns on Sunstar first, puts an auto down, but look at this damage and the tankiness from Werlib. He's already utilized that ultimate, has the extra resistances from here. Wait for that Duskblade to pop, gets it on Peppy, doesn't kill him, but it's enough to set up the rest of the fight from here now. It's just readjustment for Huma, because Sunstar's still not doing damage at all in this fight. He spent most of this fight running away, not autoing. He only threw out a couple of Qs, and that's just not enough damage for Giants here. Peppy couldn't get in the fight because he was just dying too quickly. So Dragon going over to Huma, they got the Baron. This game has been all about Huma now. They've managed to close the goal gap and take themselves a bit of a lead.
Yeah. All eyes on Godbro. See if he can help maneuver this team into a win to even this series up. They are still in a slim lead situation. It could turn on a dime, but this Giants composition, Peppy just never got rolling on this LeBlanc and has not been incredibly effective. Yeah, he's tried to take people out quickly, but he's been blown up himself even quicker. And the split push comp that Huma are just so fond of can now come into play. It's a 4-1 for now. Let's see if Hustle and Sanskar can stop this push. So far they can.
Yeah, it's just been tough for Peppy though. He's been in this matchup where Godbro has always wanted to trade with him all the time and had just that bolt, the blind, everything about it made it super difficult for Peppy to actually take the trade. Now Sunstar loses pretty much all of his health.
Yeah, Smitty can't even get in. I mean, they just block him up. They've got the Trundle Pillar. And they've got a lot of damage to determine. Sunstar happens. So look at Godbro just able to continually push up mid, and it's only Peppy there to defend. And I guess if there's one saving grace for Peppy, it's that he can't be worth any gold anymore. At least he's not giving any more to Godbro.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Rudy! And down goes Peppy. That was quick.
That was quick. I mean, Godbro did most of the work. Rudy comes in for the final little bit of an assist. Huma still pushing in 2 lanes. Not playing off 3 because they don't need to right now in their minds.
And now they start pushing down on the bottom side. Win to win. Godbro back to the mid, and there's really only Sanstar there to defend. Wisdom going to try to make the play here, but he is just getting stomped. Smitty J gets the knock up on 3, and he walks away from this one, but he can't walk out of the Bard ultimate. Hustlin trying to push them back. They don't have enough damage to kill Smitty, though.
Oh, Cass. He had the lineup on the 2 people in the Bard ult, sent out the Q too early. In they go, though.
Yeah, some mistakes still being made, but Giants too far gone in this game, it looks like. Inhibitor tower is down. Inhibitor will fall soon. They just don't have any defense, and Smitty J can't bring the hammer down fast enough. That's Inhibitor 1 28 minutes into the game, and that's a hell of a Baron power play on the end of it.
Yeah, 5,000. This game has exploded. As, this was the setup. Getting the damage
Even
down.
knew Rudy was there.
Every time W comes forward from Peppy, he gets vaulted, locked down on the spot, and the follow-up comes. So the rest of Giants came up to try and, you know, get something done here, but they ended up losing so much bottom lane. Everybody went mid. And Who would just go, okay, well, we'll take a tower. We'll then push bot tower from this as well. That was kind of it for the Giants. Couldn't really contend against this.
Yeah.
We're about to see the Bard ult. Here's the ult.
There it goes.
Look at the timing, though. Just because there's a perfect line here.
Oh, he flashed his two. Oh!
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
It really does. Still, I mean, they may have picked up a little bit more off of that, but as it stands, Huma keep evening up the gold lead. You know, it really has swung pretty massively in their favor after being fairly even for a lot of it. Giants still picking up some leads, but they haven't really had much since the laning phase. And Godbro getting fed just keeps going and going further. You can see what he's been able to do, picking up that Dust Blade that you mentioned earlier. At this point, he just keeps dishing out even more damage, and he's just so speedy. Swifty boots combined with Quinn's natural mobility. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's a mountain that Giants have fallen off.
Yeah, that's actually falling off the Grand Canyon.
Yep.
I ain't got much more about
We're
that.
on track right now, Stress, because Giants have won all the game one of the promotion tournament, but then game two has been another story.
Game two has been they take the lead and then end up losing. And that's exactly what has happened here. So Giants, hey, maybe this is the consistency we were looking for from Giants.
Yeah. I really wonder if they had committed to the same kind of Sivir comp as last time and picked the Lissandra, which was available for both teams.
Yeah.
If this might not be different. Because then Peppy being down 6 deaths wouldn't have meant as much, because at least he has the utility constantly, whereas this LeBlanc is effectively useless right now, unless he can pick somebody off.
Yeah, I mean, this comp in general is fairly difficult to come from behind with at this point. Sivir has only just got a 3rd item complete, so she actually just doesn't scratch Willip at all.
And this ties in with Giants' pretty much signature issues, all split long, and even through this tournament. When they fall behind, they have a real hard time coming back into the game and turning it around.
Part of that is to do with how the game flows right now and the meta when you look at death timers, that kind of thing. So as long as they are, regardless of whether you can end the game off them or not, you tend to take enough objectives from a fight. Or Giants, speaking of fights.
Hustling, ooh, Wisdom takes out Kasa on this one, and Rudy whiffs the barrel. There's a shutdown for Smitty J, and all of a sudden, Huma overextended. Way too much pressure onto Hustlin. Whirlip now caught between 5, and they give him up for dead. A quick 3-kill swing for Giants, and that might just get them back in if they can defend. They're losing Nexus turrets to Super Minion.
Yeah, they're going to lose one Nexus turret, but what can they get on the rest of the map?
They may not.
Oh,
it's so
Super
close.
Minion died. Okay, Super Minion died before they lost the turret, so they just hold it with like 10 health left.
And there's 30 seconds on Baron. Whirlip's not going to be up in time. They're going to race for this.
Yeah, they can race, but it's a 50-50. I mean, Holy Phoenix will be available. Rudy will be there as well. And look at the vision control that's topside for Huma. I don't think you can actually race for it. Wisdom's bottom side anyway, so it's not something that Giants are really prioritizing. They need to be around so that Huma can't rush it themselves. But with that bottom inhibitor being down, they cannot really contest over a Baron right now. It kind of has to be a 50-50 steal coming from the Giants, which their old jungler, Frederick, was known for his ability to steal.
Yeah, Wisdom definitely known for some other things, different. Giants have gone through a couple of junglers, though. You know, they had Batong Yake in there for a little while, but enough about the history lessons, because Huma are starting this off, and they've got a lot of damage. Holy Phoenix dashing over the wall. They've already got it down to 7,500. Giants slow to react here. No teleport for Midday. Hustlin is way too slow to this, and that has gone down. Now they've caught the cow as well. He's got a flash. He might have to use it, but can he even get away in time? Way tanky, but is it gonna be enough? They start chasing him down on the hunt. The Bard ulti catches Smitty J. They pump the barrel up, and he goes in onto Rudy. Can they win this fight? Godbro around the side. Some squishy members here. Rudy gets a big barrel off, and Giants are just going way too low. Godbro's gone hunting. Whirlip gets 1 kill out of Sunstar. Godbro with the rampage kill. Giants have lost 2. Whirlip still on the chase. Godbro going in. They pop up the Trundle Pillar, looking for Wisdom. Can he find him? No. Tanking the tower. Whirlip going into Peppy right now as Wisdom gets his proc off on the Zhonya's. takes a bite out of Peppy. Werlib getting some revenge on his former teammate, and Smitty's going down as well. Might take a while on this Poppy, but holy hell, Huma have come up big.
Huma have come up big. This should be enough to just lock the second game in the books. Huma looking to even this one up. They're going to take the second Nexus turret, and this is going to be the game.
1-1, Huma will equalize at 34 minutes into the game. Not without its mistakes either, but this time they proved that they can go all the way.
And honestly, I mean, Giants had to try and do something. The problem was, Hustlin shouldn't be that far up towards the Baron without the rest of his team. They saw where Wisdom was coming out of the base still. And you can't go into the river 1 versus 5. I mean, you're Alice, you're not going to contend that. You have no way of stealing. So all you can do is provide vision. He was trying to hover around the area. He gets caught. It drags the rest of his team into a team fight that they're too far behind to win if they're not the ones starting it out. And Giants, they were behind. They were trying to do anything. Unfortunately, that wasn't the right play.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. Giants, I mean, it was still, as you said, a more difficult to execute composition, and Giants have been punished by that fact before, overextending. This time, they just really never got on the right foot, and Godbro was stepping all over them.
Yeah, Godbro was. I mean, so much came from the early advantage that Godbro had that even though Giants, you could see that they were fairly effective at team fighting. Problem was there was those 2 or 3 fights in the middle of the game, and Godbro just got too big of a lead.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I was looking at the damage. He didn't even do as much as the Poppy and the Sivir, but he just made it count where he needed to. But we'll let the analysts break that one down even further as they send it over to see Huma's win to tie the series.
Yeah, and everything we talked about in last Analyst Desk segment, how they could change up their pick and ban phase on the side of Huma. A lot of that actually happened. What of those changes was the most important one, Yamato?
I feel like the Trundle top, good matchup. Bot lane, Lucian, Bard, good matchup. Mid lane, good matchup. Oh, we have a game at our hands, you know? Finally, they have something to play on. Rudy has some space to create some opportunities for them in the early game.
The only thing I think that was maybe could have been a problem for them is that they don't really have magic damage besides Gragas. But when Quinn can snowball the game this hard, then it's not going to matter too much.
Tell us about the mid lane matchup, Quinn into LeBlanc, because you like it on the side of Quinn?
Yeah, I think it's good because like early game you can keep auto-attacking, and even if LeBlanc tries to trade, you should try and cancel her W, of course, with your E. Then like LeBlanc has pretty much no damage because it's the spell that she maxes, and you like even if she gets the W in, you can just keep auto-attacking, you will still out-trade her. But I don't know, Pepe, he fed a bit this game, and then Quinn just gets so fed he can run around and eat the LeBlanc wherever she is, and she will die.
Yeah, and Godro also had the opportunity to roam. We have a replay to show the pressure that could be put down from the people moving around the map.
Yeah, but this is not so good for Godbro though. Because Wisdom is going up to try and invade the Crocs here, and they try and collapse on him, but when they do it, the mid wave is in a really bad position because it's slow pushing towards Pepe. So now that Rudy goes on Wisdom, you can see Godbro is going to move up to him, and Pepe is still standing mid, but Pepe's just going to leave the wave. He knows it's slow pushing, he goes top, and Godbro is still moving top. He's not even recalling, he's not doing anything, so he loses about 1 or 2 waves in mid here, while Pepe can just go back and take 2 waves, and then he's level 6, and Godbro has a really awkward base where he has to buy Dorans and the null metric Mendel, and he's going to delay his Hexbringer so much, and I think it's pretty bad for this matchup.
And again, how key is the Hexbringer in this? Because obviously, first item you rush will be Hexbringer no matter what. Is that you need it on first back, or is it okay just getting like a long sword maybe and a null magic mantle?
You want to keep your first back till you have that Hexbringer, because until level 6, like Quinn is favored, but level 6, if you don't have Hexbringer, then LeBlanc can actually still one-shot you, because it's LeBlanc, she's lane dominant most of the times.
And here he does have his Hexbringer.
Yeah, now Pepe can't deal damage to him, and he's just going to auto-attack him to death, and that's how the matchup should go.
Yeah, it's very interesting, your explanation of it's not just about controlling the lane, but also controlling the waves and not just leaving your lane when it's not the right time to do so. You said at this point, yep, Huma's got this one. There's no way that Giants can fight back.
Yeah, because again, Huma had 3 winning lanes, basically, and Quinn was the only one where maybe we've criticized Godbro's champion pool a little bit, looked kind of risky some of the picks he ran, but in this matchup here, once he got the Hexbringer, he picked up the double kill, even went for Duskblade as second item, we can talk about that one right after. He actually used it obviously to snowball out of control, and when you have a winning bot lane 2v2, winning top lane 1v1, the only way to really start losing the game is if you start overextending alone and the rest of the team is not ready for it. But they actually ran as a team and kept pushing all 3 lanes at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. Even though like Quinn was very, very fit, I felt like the part that kept Giants in the game was the fact that Poppy was fed. Senkung's mentioned the fact that they have full physical damage, and with that in mind, Wisdom did a very, very good job of tracking the enemy jungler. But that is where the problem for Giant comes in, because they have full information on where the enemy jungler is all the time, but Pepinero keeps dying to these ganks over and over again. Because if you have deep vision, how it works if he doesn't show up on these wards on, for example, top side, he is going to be bottom side. You play towards the left side, perfect. But Pepinero plays as if he doesn't have a minimap.
And he's honestly been underperforming.
In this game or
both games?
whole today?
You know, even the game before, he didn't really do anything. And it's against a mid laner who got his ass kicked yesterday by Betsy completely. Lost every game.
Maybe Betsy is just a god.
I mean, we've been saying this for a while.
He's Swedish. I'm not sure I'm trusting his opinion here. From the Dane, is Betsy a god?
I don't know. He's Swedish, so maybe not so much, you know.
What about Duskblade? Is that the best second item on Quinn?
I really don't like Duskblade. I think Yumos is so good for Quinn for the 1v1s you're gonna take in the game, and Duskblade, it's so expensive for the active you get. Like, the active is so unreliable. You auto tag once, you could auto tag a full health target, and then they ran away, and then you have 2 minute cooldown.
Yeah.
But the stats it gives is fine. Like, is the armor penetration, the move speed, and the AD. I just think it's so expensive for the passive proc you get.
And Yumus for the sound alone. And going. Let's take a look at a final replay we had lined up. Huma had already taken the steering wheel in this game, but here they definitely sealed the deal.
Yeah, we can just basically see the start of the team fight. Giants is behind at this point, and obviously Gapro is on top side. And Engage is fine from Giants. Spell Shield and Bot ulti at the same time, and it looks okay. But obviously Trundle, once he gets Titanic Hydra as well in these team fights, Warlock is gonna go ham.
Yeah, and of course, like, if Verlup can get onto the Sivir, and then an Alistar at least is chasing into the jungle, they're not gonna do much to, like, when there's 4 peel buff Huma group. And then Gopro can just come in with a flank like Quinn wants to, and he snipes out Pepe now, I think.
Yeah, I think he's gonna poke him down at least,
yeah,
and he doesn't
he's gonna snipe down Pepe now, and he's just gonna clean up here.
I think a very, very common mistake for a lot of teams is when you try to engage these fights and you try to force them, it's important that you don't burn all your cooldowns on tank targets. You're supposed to force the carries of the enemy team to show up to do something. You just basically basic attack, use low cooldown abilities. But here, they use Alistar combo, Sivir ultimate, and they just went hard for these tanks. But if they don't die, then you're going to be in a very grim situation.
Yep, Huma tying it 1-1. It was 3-1, I think, that you guys predicted. So we're on course. Do you think that Huma has a chance to take the whole thing?
I mean, after watching them change the pick and ban phase and actually adapting, getting Trundle top, getting the Bard pick, being on red side is suddenly a lot better for them compared to the first game we saw where the pick and ban phase was awful, honestly. I think a lot of this comes down to Gabro, the way I'm looking at it, because he has some of these, you said yourself, like wacky picks. Quinn is not something we see very often anymore because the tank's top lane now. It's so hard to snowball with her properly. But he actually pulled it off and he outplayed Pepe. So if he can do that again and again, I think suddenly this red side has a lot of value.
I completely agree. I think there's 2 sides to this coin. Ex-Pepe, his performance has been very, very underwhelming. And I think if he steps up, maybe we'll see the Godbro we saw yesterday.
All right, well, we will see what happens in a sec. But before we step away, we wanted to highlight another high-stakes matchup taking place next Saturday, April 2nd in Brazil's CBLOL. The Keat Stars will take on INTZ in the playoff finals in a rematch of the finals from 1 year ago. The series kick off at 5 p.m. Central European time, summertime rather. That is 8 a.m. Pacific. Here in Europe, though, there is still a score to settle between Giants and Huma, so don't go anywhere.
I won't.
Okay.
Godbro's gonna make moves quickly now. Smitty knocks him against the wall and Pepe comes in. There's the Moss Shield, the bop up from Smitty J and a shutdown. It's hammer time.
Go for that. Poppy. Nice. I can take for Ria. Go for Ali.
I'm going for Ali as well. Let me have the kill if possible.
Okay, what can we get out? Get that turret.
Baron.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's Rudy. And down goes Pepe. That was quick.
This is going to be the game.
1-1, Huma will equalize at 34 minutes into the game. Welcome back to the Summer Promotion Tournament where Giants and Huma are tied 1-1, and we're heading into Game 3, Stress.
One and one doesn't make three.
Well, I never do math on that. All right, so that game was a whole different direction despite Giants having the same composition, sort of, because you got to look at Pepe's performance, taking the LeBlanc and then going nil pretty much most of the game.
Yeah, that was some pretty easy maths when you look at Pepe and Godbro and their comparison as to how that game went. Well, you can see Pepe on the left-hand side of your screen, 073. 18% damage on LeBlanc.
Yeah, of the team. He did less damage than everyone in the game except the supports.
Whew.
Feels bad, man.
That does feel bad. Whereas Godbro, on the other hand, you can see 8-1-4. He was rolling in the damage, 25% of his team.
We were critiquing him so harshly from yesterday and Game 1, and then he just turns around and shuts us up.
Yeah, that is fair. However, I wonder now how Pepe can bounce back. In between games, I saw him over in the corridor, and he was kind of isolated away from the team, so obviously it didn't interrupt him. It's like two ships passing in the night.
In the
over
on the players.
He was clearly trying to compose himself again. So not spending the time totally with his team, clearly needing to refocus himself because that game didn't look great. It looked like a player that was, tilting a little bit. In the game, hopefully he's kind of relaxed now, has taken that time to reset himself.
Let's see if he can get his mental back, as we are to pick some bans. Once again, the Jax ban, no surprises there, followed by the Callista, and of course the Nidalee on the side of Huma. They're going to have to ban that one pretty much every game, being on red side all of this series. The Azir ban comes out. We've still got the same as we've seen from them, but then Giants mix it up and they ban Quinn away.
Well, this is interesting now because that means Giants are leaving the Lulu up, and that is one of their most banned champions. So, I mean, so they're going to pick the Sivir here, you would imagine. That generally has been what they've done.
Yep, but that
they've
leaves
left
Lulu.
the Lulu up. So now they leave the opportunity for Godbro to go for the Lulu and then pick up the Lucian with it as well.
They do the same thing on Huma's side as they've been doing the last two games, prioritizing the Gragas and the Trundle.
So that Gragas has been locked in. It's just a spectator graphic error that says he's still picking. It is blue side pick and ban now. So we have Sivir locked in, Trundle locked in, Gragas locked in. Nothing different yet. Game 3, and we are 3 for 3 on these 3 picks. All the 3s. Now what do Giants answer with? Because last game they went for the Elise. And at this point they took Elise Poppy. Poppy has been the other consistent one, which I think is fine to run again. I don't think it's been a particularly bad idea.
Okay. Hustlin's locked the Janna. And then, they take the Poppy right away. So this is more reminiscent of their Game 1 composition.
Yes.
Where they had a very, very strong Australia lane versus Holy Phoenix's Jhin, and they had Jesui on the Trundle. I don't think Huma will go for that style again because of how much it sunk them. But the Lulu is still left up, and they could pick it up on this rotation and have quite a lot of front lane. But the question is, are they going to go for that? Godbro did so well in a carry champion.
But we also have seen Godbro play utility in other aspects. In the regular split, he's played it, and we know that Holy Phoenix, when given that platform to build from, has been good at playing, even later game scaling champions. When you look at the likes of, he played even Tristana. I don't think that's what they should go for. But, Lucian is available, Ezreal is available, should they want it here. They have got the Jhin as well that they've played. So a lot of options.
Ooh, okay, he turns it around. Godbro taking LeBlanc, what Pepe was on last game.
And without the Quinn now.
Yeah.
It does leave them without that giant, well, I say giant counter, but the counter in lane that Senkux was talking about. So it is a Lulu going over towards the Giants should they want it right now. With the Sivir, it's a lot of movement speed.
Does cut down a bit on the damage, but it makes it harder for Godbro to get the assassinations off, short of roaming. Curious to see if that's what they end up locking in. I would actually like to see a bit more damage on the Sivir comp, and then, a traditional tank. Well, there's not too many tanks available for the jungle at the moment.
So we did see Lulu come out from Pepe in their series against Copenhagen Wolves. It wasn't the best game for them, 0-3-2 overall. Was played alongside the Kindred and the Rammus, I believe it was, at that time. So Giants haven't had the most success with this pick.
Yeah, and they do pick up the Elise once again for Wisdom. So curious to see if this one can work. They do have some damage, they do have a lot of chase, but there really isn't a tank outside of the Poppy. Just the artificial tankiness that Lulu can provide, but there's a reason Lulu's been banned quite a lot as the last rotation goes over to Huma.
Also, we're going to run into a similar problem as the last game for Giants, where it's like, where is your damage going to come from? against the Gragas, the Trundle. At some point, if you
It's all
don't
on
have
Poppy.
damage on the Sivir, then good luck finding damage elsewhere. Cass could pick something like an Alistar now and make it almost hell for this Sivir to do anything.
He could go Braum.
He could go Braum. That would be another
And
one.
he actually is hovering
Feels
it right here.
well.
I was actually going to say maybe be cheeky and go Bard again, and there it goes. And oh, okay.
Wow.
I was kidding, but he locks it.
The crystal ball, Pyra.
All right, I got lucky on that one. Sometimes it just happens. I mean, the lane worked really, really well last time, and if they go for standard lanes, even though it's Sivir Janna, they should be able to trade Harass effectively, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about how Lucian Braum is such a strong lane. Sivir Janna likes to push a lot, as we saw in game 1. So now, if it ends up in standard lanes, I still would expect Holy Phoenix and Cass to do a pretty good job in this setup.
You'd think they would want to. I mean, you look at, they've got the same matchup up top, Warlib and Smitty, and we know how that one shook out. Godbro versus Peppy should be a little bit more even because Peppy's not trying to play the kill you game. He's just trying to survive.
Yeah.
And he's on a utility champion, but you said it yourself. You got to wonder where the damage comes from the later this game goes. I feel like Huma got the better of this draft.
Ooh. Yes, I would agree with you for now.
It could always
is a
change.
bit of a cop-out. So my gut reaction is that I think Huma have got the better of the draft when you look at least the lane matchups themselves. So yeah, okay, I'm on board with that, Pyro.
Yeah, I convinced you. All right, let's see if I convince you guys at home. Hashtag HMA win if you think Huma's going to win this one and bring the series 2-1 in their favor, or if Giants will answer it right back and be 2-1 in their favor. Hashtag GIA win at LCS Esports is, of course, the place on Twitter to go for that. And Huma, looking to qualify into the LCS, would be the only new team into the summer split. Giants trying to hang on. They're tied up for now. We could have quite a long series on our hands. Giants are no strangers to that one as we load up onto Summoner's Rift for the 3rd time today.
And you have to really look at it. Like, this gauntlet for Giants to maintain their place in the LCS.
It's Cloud9 level, really.
Well, yeah, but that's what I was going to say, is like it's almost the same as the qualification route for the 3rd spot at Worlds. Like, it's that level of intensity where if you are in that first series of the weekend, you've got to keep winning. I mean, you can argue that if Giants had won yesterday, they would already be in, so they don't need to play 3 days, but unfortunately, this is how the chips have landed.
Well, it was so close series yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest here. That matchup looked to be in Splice's favor quite strongly, but then at the very last minute, in the very last moments of Game 5, it turned in Splice's favor after being such a close back-and-forth series. Yeah. Giants this time around, you know, they dropped a big game to Huma here, and you got to wonder what that'll do to their confidence as we look like we're settling in for standard lanes.
So, Pyra, there
spawned.
is something I'm not a big fan of in this game, and people are going to
let me.
You'll get it. You'll get it very
it's the
quick.
Cole starting for Holy
It's
Phoenix.
starting Cull. I like Cull as an item. Starting Cull, however, really affects your ability to take trades. You will get the the sustain coming from it, but without the added health, it makes it very difficult. It will be supplemented by the amount of damage that Huma can output, and is Holy Phoenix being greedy once again. This is something that just in general Holy Phoenix likes to do.
But they haven't punished him for it this series.
Exactly, and if it doesn't go punished again, then we may be alright.
There's another difference that Holy Phoenix is running too. He picks up Warlords. We have seen that a bit, but more so on the Sivir, where it's become pretty standard. You've seen Sanstar run that 3 games in a row now, but typically we've seen the Lucians still run Fervor of Battle, and even last game Holy Phoenix did that, but he switches it up here.
Here in Europe, yeah, that is what we have been seeing. Other regions we have seen otherwise. And seen more of that Bloodlust on basically every AD carry in Korea. So now, bottom lane.
Out of that book.
Sanstar and Hustlin are basically conceding everything here because they know they're not hitting level 2 before this Lucian.
Oh, and that's why. Look at that trade. Holy
Yeah.
Phoenix.
And this is why he can afford to go Cull. For now, anyway. Like, this may get punished with further trading, but you have enough damage that you trading enough effectively outward before taking any inward, if that makes sense. You're not taking damage too much because Sivir just wants to back away.
I think I follow you there. Peppy getting some Glitter Lance action onto Godbro here. Rudy is making moves up to the top side, yet again focusing on this top side of the map as Smitty is pushed up, and he's not going to have too much help. He's slowly lumbering his way, but Smitty takes the quick path and heroically charges into him, burning his flash though, and now the body slam's there. Warlib is going to flash and go for the chomp. Smitty's got a shield on, and Werlip just trying not to die here, but Rudy has the damage. No one's coming to help Smitty J. And he gets body slammed yet again. You got to think he's going down in this one, but who's going to get the kill? It looks like it'll be Rudy.
Yeah, it took a while. Smitty J was trying to find any angle he could to get back onto Werlip, but Werlip knew he just had to, you know, play it safe, play it cool, calm, and collected. Trying to answer on the bottom lane, though. Smitty J...
Teleport here for Werlip.
From Werlip.
Oh, Wisdom goes in through the magical journey, and Godbro flashing up. Wisdom is going to flash after the fact, too. Godbro now looking, turns his attention to Peppy, but he gets caught by the Cocoon. That's a lot of AoE damage there. Thinking the Fangs in, teleport coming now for Smitty J, and Godbro is going to try to get out of this one, but he won't be able to do it. No more tricks up his sleeve, and Sonstar gets the kill to answer back. Magical Wisdom. Wisdom following way too deep, and he's stunned, flashing even, and he goes down. A huge mistake.
Never take the journey. Oh, that is Bard. That's playing against a Bard 101. Do not take the enemy Bard journey unless you use his Q right before he went through it himself. Oh, that's so painful to watch at level 3.
It's another crazy game.
What is going on here?
It was a pretty bogus journey, gotta admit. Wisdom is...
Definitely not excellent.
Again, yes, thank you. Wisdom has, yet again, shown to have incredible playability, and at the same time, he's also capable of these really, really dumb decisions.
Oh, I do not
see it again.
No, I don't
there was one good journey here where he's actually getting out-traded by just a cost.
I want to see where... Okay, this is fine. This is like if you're through it first, that's okay, because you're not about to get Bard Q'd the other side of it. So this looked like a good start to Huma, but it turns pretty quickly on its head. So Wisdom goes and chases up, kind of thinks twice about it, goes back for Godbro. So when does Just Because use his Q? That's what I want. So he doesn't use it before this. You know he's queuing when you get the other side of that journey. There is no way he doesn't queue you. And you knew you were chasing into a second person. That right there, I do not know why Wisdom would make that play.
You got me too.
I got nothing. I got nothing, Pyro.
Let's watch the two junglers once again, because Rudy was trying to get a steal of the Wolf camp on, but Wisdom this time was wise to it. Peppy now still trading effectively on Godbro. He's actually had not too hard of a time, and he's not too far down in CS. Rudy actually taking a lot of answer damage, and the Spiderlings stopped his stun.
Stopped his stun. Wisdom now gets himself a little bit of respite now in the jungle. Can farm up finally. Just Because picking up some chimes. Usually you'd kind of want to save up a bunch and run up river and try and gank mid. Problem is, it's against a Lulu who not quite level 6, so I guess you maybe had that opening. Godbro doesn't have his ignite, isn't level 6 himself. So
Rudy's still hanging around in the top side. I mean, this is how much they trust Holy Phoenix and Just Because to, if not win their lane, at least trade even. But they also know that Wisdom hasn't really been around either. I mean, both the junglers have kind of left the bot lane on its own for a while. It's been a very quiet bot lane in pretty much all of our matches, even though the bot lane was up top last time.
Yeah, it's been some weird circumstance with bot lane. The one thing that a lot of supports do quite like about 2v2 is at least they get a bunch of experience, so they can start actually having impact on the map earlier. Normally when you're in the 1v2, you end up not really getting to level 6 anytime soon, so it does make it tougher.
Godbro hasn't been able to find the executions onto Peppy, like he was doing quite a lot last game, but still plenty of time on the clock. We're not even 7 minutes in. Warding pressure on either side. So checking back in with Holy Phoenix. He's down in CS versus Sonstar, mostly because Kaz keeps going on these roaming trips. Still hasn't been punished too much for this cold decision.
Yeah, he hasn't been punished too much, but you can see that Holy Phoenix obviously is dropping fairly low in health. Now needs time to sustain it up. As you said, Kaz hasn't been there in lane with him. Kaz actually running Ignite on this lane as well. It's a little bit more forgiving to run it here. Although you don't have the exhaust to block out a lot of the Sivir damage. Now look at, this is where it's affecting him, that he's got Cull, is like, he can take effectively one less trade to step forward for minions, because it means his actual health pool is 2 autos less than it would be if he had Doran's. This is very nitpicky, but it just means that without Kaz sitting there, he can't step forward all that often.
Yeah, and that's fair. Of course, it's also worth noting Sonstar and Hustlin with this combo, you know, they were able to win in their first game. Admittedly, it was against that Jhin Trundle, but they were clearly pretty comfortable with that combo. There's the culling.
And they've also been punishing Holy Phoenix as well for his positioning in the lane. And you can see Holy Phoenix now had to utilize the ultimate to push it back out so he could recall and actually spend the gold that he has. Has a lot of gold right now. It's BF sword and I believe 2 long swords he can afford. Yeah, there is a second long sword coming out as well. So Holy Phoenix had to push it out, otherwise he'd take a lot of turret damage. Still will take some. But Sunstar and Hustlin really were forcing Holy Phoenix to come forward and actually not quite get as much CS as he should be in that lane.
Yeah, despite the discrepancy too, which has now reached to about 10 CS in the bottom lane, as Sunstar will withdraw. The wave already having to be soaked up by Jeswikas. Huma still have this lead. It's slim, yeah, and it really doesn't matter. 400 gold in the beginning, okay, sure, it can swing either way. Mostly pretty much off the difference in kills.
Yeah, that pretty much is it. There's a little bit of farm disparity in a bunch of the lanes. Trundle's got a wave and a half up. Mid lane, half a wave. Bottom lane, wave and a half. So there's little bits and pieces.
Well, and this is the comfort level that Werlib has on Trundle. That, and he's pretty much being babysat by Rudy. And they're just trying to make Smitty J's life hard because they know what a Fed Poppy can do. Especially in the hands of Smitty J.
Is he on a wall?
Yes, he is now. Okay, there we go. Throw down the Tempered Fate. He's gone golden. Godbro around the side. He's stunned up. Wisdom is by the Tempered Fate, or rather by the Cosmic Binding, I should say. And smites away the blue buff. Nothing doing there from Huma's side.
There was a lot used by Huma, though. They used like the Bard ult. They, Godbro tried to come across, but took damage. Like, missed some farm in the mid lane.
Yeah. And the gold gap's pretty much closed at this point. Really questionable going all in like that and then just giving it up. Wisdom is actually hanging down on this bottom side. He's trying to dive, but yeah, he's spotted. Godbro going in onto Peppy. There's a quick flash away from the chains. Peppy's having none of that.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty obvious that Rudy was there as well. Just any time the Godbro goes aggressive like that, post 6, here comes the teleport.
On the flying teleport in. Holy Phoenix way too low. See if they take him down here. It looks like they will. It's Smitty J who pins him. And Werlib finished his TP here, and he is caught between the rest of Giants. Wild growth up on Smitty. Werlib's turned into a munchkin here. Can he get the damage on Wisdom? He might just be able to do it. Yes, there will be an answer back, but it's Jeswikas who gets the kill. To answer, it's 1 for 2. Jeswikas trying to get to the safety of his inner turret, but not enough. As Smitty J and Peppy will take him down. 1 for 3.
And the rest of Huma did not look to collapse on the bottom lane. Rudy does have his ultimate available, but there's too many minions in the wave. If he goes in here, Giants just back away. They get the tower, and then they will run back.
That was the most underwhelming Gragas answer.
And I mean, Rudy was looking to go mid at this point. You can see him still hovering around on the minimap. So here comes the first TP from Smitty J. This is basically Smitty J saying, I need this kill, otherwise this is a useless TP. So that's why he goes in here. Wisdom was too low and I believe had used Repel already when he starts taking damage and starts tanking. He actually doesn't tank the tower at all. It's just damage that comes out from Werlib and Cass at that point. And they got hit by a Thunderlord's proc, I think. And from that, Jeswikas is like, please don't kill me. Peppy gets the kill and they turn back around for the turret.
If only Rudy had seen Peppy TPing, he actually had the tools to stop that, and maybe he would have changed the fight a little bit. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yet again. There we go.
That feels so bad, by the way. When you actually get jammed in there and you're not big enough to move out, you're not small enough to move out, and you're too big to move through.
At least it's only for a couple seconds. Yeah, then you're just like,
feel helpless.
Okay. I guess you can still cast abilities.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you're like, come on, I'm not that fat.
Definitely. Werlib and Rudy trying to defend this tower here, but Sunstar Smitty both on it along with Hustle and Beast, and they pin Rudy against the wall. They knock him up and they knock him down, but not before the big barrel comes out. Sunstar narrowly escaping with his life. They can't quite finish the job, and Werlib is running between the two of them.
We're running between the two of them, but Werlib's still full health, like a bit of a kid in a candy store. Decides to end up getting nothing at that point because Giants all backed away. Now they turn their attention to Werlib, turning their attention onto the tower at the same time. There should be a tower going down for Giants. It will be traded bottom lane though, as Huma took that down, but it's going to be the overall lead going back onto the former LCS team.
Still looking to become, once again, the LCS team here. 12 minutes have elapsed. We've had a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of craziness. Not as much as last game, that's for sure, but Giants seem to be getting the better of these trades, and they grab a little bit extra pieces of the pie along with the Rift Herald. Now they can start looking to push down the remaining outer turret in the mid.
But let's keep in mind, last game Giants had the lead as well. It wasn't a significant lead, but it was a couple of thousand, and you can see Those are watching on now as his team secures the Rift Herald, looking for that next tower push. Probably looking for mid lane. I want to check who exactly picked that up. Sunstar picked it up a couple of times in this series. It's actually Wisdom that got that. I didn't quite see it on the main screen.
Speaking of Sunstar too, it's worth noting that he's been a part of every one of the kills that Giants have picked up this game. You know, the Sivir comp, this is a little bit more back to where they were in game number 1, and they have been able to utilize it effectively.
And this is where a Sivir is like, okay, I actually don't mind that I'm going up against tanks, because I've got 3 kills already. I'm ahead a little bit on farm against my enemy AD carry, so I'm in a good spot. I'm ahead of the curve on damage. If you ever fall behind that curve, very difficult for it to get back.
Like we saw last game.
Yeah.
He was starved for gold, really unable to get a whole lot out of there, and you know, with the Fed Quinn, Puma were really kind of able to push them all around, and they never got those big Sivir ult 5-man running use, where we've already seen this game.
I wonder whether Sunstar's going to go for the Phantom Dancer again, though. You and I have kind of been keeping quietly track of his builds every game. Has opted for that Phantom Dancer on both games of Sivir. Has been obviously a lot for that damage reduction on the target, and with Werlib playing the likes of Trundle, it is fairly important to keep yourself alive and fight back against a champion like that.
No one defending here.
Yeah, this is a
They
big
are creating
mistake.
turrets. I mean, Smitty was able to knock people away on the top side. Rudy's actually taking a lot of damage from him in return, but Puma opts to trade an outer for an outer, but still, Giants have more wave to go with only Godbro here to defend. He does go in, gets some damage on a hustler, but look at that shield.
The thing is, it's beyond outer for outer at this point. It's the actual importance of the turrets themselves. Mid towers in general are just more important than any other towers of an equal kind of you know, geography on the map. So mid
all towers are equal.
I am Pyra. I'm actually saying
There was nothing in that. There was nothing in that statement, and you looked at me like,
it's fine.
This is a trick.
I was wondering where you were leading me with that one.
Absolutely nowhere.
So the reason, perhaps for newer viewers that haven't heard this rant before, is that mid tower is the gateway to the enemy jungle. And as soon as you take that down, you now have 2 clear paths through the enemy jungle, especially with the other outers down. Now gives you full control of basically the first half of the enemy jungle. Get wards down, get vision control, and with a team composition like Giants, where they've got the Sivir, they've got you know, the Poppy that wants to go aggressive, having that additional vision control is key to being able to fight consistently and being able to pick the right fights as well.
Absolutely.
Rant
are, yeah, it's good.
People can be like, yeah, I've heard that rant a million times.
I know that one, but it's always good to remind.
Always going to be new viewers that maybe don't get it. I'm not going to say it every game, though. That would be a waste.
Fair enough. In this game, though, Giants, you know, I wouldn't say they're firmly in control of it, but they're making the right moves, and Huma are falling back a bit. Godbro has not gotten what he needs to. He's not been quite so starved on gold as what we thought Peppy was last game. Definitely starved for kills. But Peppy's been holding out fine on this Lulu that nobody seemed to really want until later on in the rotations. And Huma have not really found an answer for what Giants are doing with the Sivir comp.
And you've got to wonder, though, when you look at it. I mean, Giants have banned Lulu so many times, and yet they seem to be competent at playing with it. Peppy seems to be comfortable.
It was all a trick up to this moment.
Now, what I can understand from that, or at least you know, infer from that, is that they prefer playing other styles with Peppy on more, you know, either carry or
ooh,
good knockback.
Smitty, yeah. Talk about heroic here, and they've got Wisdom coming around the side too. Godbro's on the run.
You're never going to catch that as the Elise. You'd have to flash Cocoon, and then the W would come out.
He's back too. Calling Spence by Holy Phoenix, and just because taking his own magical journey across the wall. Uh-oh, this time the flash for Flash. Okay, heroic charge. Godbro gets knocked up. He does have his Distort available, and he has to mimic it.
Oh, he's come back.
Godbro going for those jukes. Smitty still on the chase. The thing is, can Huma get anything for this right now? Everyone from Huma, or everyone from Giants, I should say, are collapsing. Howling Gale is up, and Godbro's pinned against the wall.
Nice.
Smitty with the kill.
Q from hustling to keep him in position. Now Huma want to push onto mid lane. Problem is, Giants are actually trying to collapse on that, which means their top side. It's bottom side, though, that the real objectives are starting to be taken down by Werlib.
Yeah, not too many more minions left, though, and Werlib's going to have to actually back off of that one. Giants are right back to mid, tier 2.
Very tense back and forth, though, between these two teams. Push top, push... Well, you know, Godbro tries to come in top. They push bottom lane at the same time. Now Giants trying to answer with mid. So it's a little bit of a hectic game where Giants are just trying to make sure all their puzzle pieces are in the right place and keep things in check from Huma, because Giants do have the lead right now. And they are playing fairly confidently, trying to get a sneaky Rift Herald, one last one before it returns to the void.
As the game so kindly tells us, when you don't take it at about 1955.
Thing is, the number of times I've seen that, and I'm like, ooh, someone killed Rift Herald.
Yeah, like, oh,
Rift
wait.
Herald killed it.
No, the game just told us that Rift Herald went bye-bye.
It's so weird that
Gotcha.
it gives you like a big notification.
I think I actually have a theory about this.
Okay.
Rift Herald needs attention. Because he was so tilted about not getting it in the beginning of the season.
Okay.
That he now just has to tell you when he's leaving. He's like that friend who you like kind of invited to the party, but like you really didn't want to.
But the thing is, that friend doesn't leave. That friend just sits there.
No. That's the other friend. I'm talking about the one that like when he takes the hint, he's like, okay, I'm going, everybody, and then he just kind of like hides behind the door. I got
You
weird
have
friends,
some
sorry.
strange friends, Pyra.
Yeah.
You have
That's
some-
Rift Herald, is
it's
my
okay.
point. Anyways, he's gone, so it's okay. Baron's coming back soon. Smitty J is caught for the moment because Werlib's looking for a chase down, but look at how
Civ
Civ
it.
and he's got a lot of backup as well. So here comes Sonstar with that Rift Herald buff. And Huma just don't have enough damage to chase anybody down.
Huma, however, did not do as they did in other games where they would see Smitty J be out of position and be like, Bud ult, let's go. And use like a billion ultimates on him and try and catch him. They actually didn't use anything really on that. So that time, it's okay. They just push him back.
Yeah, still down 3,000 gold at the moment. Rudy, ooh, body slam away. Wisdom damage, and there's that magical journey. Wisdom, this time, says, wait a minute.
I've seen this before. I know what happens when I go through that.
Don't
crazy.
always want to take the portal.
I wish. So this is a pipe dream, but I wish we could do like a Monsters Inc. version of Bard, where like you go through the door.
Hey, that's clever.
Yeah.
Would
I'm sure there's a lot
would he have
of
like a Sully
issues.
suit on, or?
Well, it would have to be like similar, but distinctly different.
It's
TP coming in.
Smitty J comes on in. Holy Phoenix with the quick flash over the wall. Giants trying to get the kill. Smitty going very low actually, but he's way in the back, and too many Giants members there to threaten. Godbro looking for maybe an assassination, and will they try for the re-engage? Werlib puts down the cone. Godbro goes in, goes out, goes back in, and that chain was going way too up in the distance. As Wisdom repels up, Giants still not losing a man. Big wave building topside. Giants have the ability to keep this push going. Huma has to respond sooner or later.
Yeah, sooner or later, but Giants are just going to put... Here comes the teleport, though.
Yep,
Now he wants to reply.
Yeah, Rudy's going pretty low in this
Rudy's
one.
gone.
Smitty actually takes him out. Wisdom, look how low he is burning, but he's not gone down just yet. Ignite's still ticking, and that's Godbro with a revenge kill. It's 1-for-1, jungler for jungler. Huma need to answer up top, though, and they've sent Werlib.
Yeah, they have sent Werlib, but he's got to run up there. He did use his TP. In fact, Werlib looks to be thought about going mid for a sec, but then Godbro cuts in, says, oh, I'll take this wave. Now, here we go. Rudy was so low in this fight and tries to go in. Rudy gets bashed, and then it's do you. It goes straight to the death pit right there.
At least Godbro got the ignite off onto Wisdom. He really needs that gold.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it.
Working. All right, so Huma answer back with a Drake. It's 1-1 on that one. I mean, we're 20 minutes into this game, 21 and a half minutes into this game, I should say. And the gold lead really hasn't budged much, despite Giants making moves on the map here. But it still seems like they're in control of this game, just with the way they're moving around, how much vision they're able to freely get. I mean, what do Huma really need to do short of getting a quick pickoff?
Not let Giants take Dragon. Baron. Yeah. Smitty J.
I don't think Baron's going to let Giants take Baron.
Smitty J's just like, stupid Baron, stop hitting me.
That's like when you're level 20 and you try for like an epic raid. And you're just like, what? Oh, that hurts.
Yeah. Well, I think at that point though, that was more like Smitty J just, being a bit frustrated that Baron would be annoyed and him auto-attacking wards in the back of the pit. He's just like, get out of here, Baron.
It's the Iceborne Gauntlet damage.
Yeah.
All right, so Rudy's getting the clear off on. Unfortunately, he doesn't hit the AoEs like that. They deny the vision yet again, but Huma have seldom been able to get wards outside of their half of the map this game. It's been difficult for them to creep over into Giants' side of the map because Giants just have been so proactive and so mobile around.
Yeah, it has been, and you look at the impact, though, that Wisdom managed to have in the early game is the reason for a lot of that. He was able to get, at least retract a lot of Rudy's vision control and his presence on the map. So here we go, Siveralt.
On the hunt, Magical Journey quickly. Sansar follows through. Cast cannot connect the Cosmic Binding. And they're right back to the tower, clearing waves away, but they don't have anything else to push on. And look at Warlip around the backside. Can they collapse on this when there's pings flying? They know he's around.
Siveralt was used, so I mean, there was maybe an opportunity. Also, take note. Wait, Warlip. Just gotta keep dragons. Take note. Hustlin has not yet opted to get the Talisman of Ascension. He's actually upgraded to Frostfang now, so could be going for Frostqueen's claim. Typically, when we've seen Janna and Sivir, it has been kind of that dual movement speed item where you just go running at people and you end up taking them down.
Yeah, I mean, it's true that that helps incredibly, but the Spooky Ghosts also help to land, to land the Poppy heroic charge, slow them down, put them in position. Easier to sink your fangs in if you're Wisdom, or Peppy too. I mean, I feel like it's kind of 50-50 either way in this particular instance.
So it's fairly similar just in concept, is that both end result is that you're going to kill someone, or at least that's your intended result, right? This way, it kind of ensures that you catch someone by them being slower, so you tend to get the damage down rather than the whole team being faster. So it's kind of apples and oranges, but have the same. It's like you want to be healthy, so you just pick fruit.
I was gonna say
I don't.
I know you don't, but I'm glad that you're trying not to.
Look, I can see the value of fruit. It just doesn't resonate.
All right, Stress. Whatever you say.
Eat fruit.
Yes. All right, so Giants continue to mill around the map here. They just grabbed themselves everything they can throughout their jungle. Huma pretty much doing the same thing. It seems like both teams have kind of agreed not to fight for just a few minutes. After they have been pretty much engaged in a boxing match for most of this series, they've kind of let it sink between rounds just for the moment.
It's like chess boxing. You don't really know what's going on at all times.
I don't know what's going on at all in chess boxing.
Neither do I.
Can you explain that to me?
No, I've watched it and I'm like, I have no idea. There's boxing, there's chess. Seems like it should be straightforward, just like this game, but unfortunately it's not.
No, League of Legends is fairly straightforward. That's my experience.
I was going to say, I meant this game.
This game especially is a little bit weird as Warlip gets knocked back. And Godbro going around the side, they might have caught a few members of Giants, but now they have to back away. Tempered Fate not hitting anyone, and Warlip is actually caught as he's turned into a munchkin here. Rudy a little bit too low around the side. Peppy picks him up. And now Wisdom not quite down yet as Smitty knocks 3 in, and Godbro still hanging around before flashing. No magical journeys for him, and it's a 1 for none at the end of the day.
1 for none, but everybody is low from the team of Huma. Now Holy Phoenix has managed to sustain himself up a little bit. Now he's trying to push the wave back out, but Giants have Sonstar very healthy. Just Vikash shows himself.
Yeah, Sonstar though, it's a lot of damage on him, but Godbro does not want to commit and risk getting knocked back in. Inner tower should fall here. It's taken out. Holy Phoenix trying to answer back, but there's just too much tankiness here for Huma to handle, and it's a 5,000 or close to it, 4.5 advantage for Giants.
It's been slow and steady though for Giants to increase this lead over the last few minutes. No real attempts at any big objectives. It's just been looking lane to lane, trying to get any kind of catch that they can and then moving across the map. Now bottom tower is exposed, top tower is still exposed. Both have been exposed actually for a good 10 to 15 minutes here. So Giants haven't really been able to utilize the fact that they got mid tower fairly early. They haven't been able to establish good vision control of the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and as well as Giants have been playing versus Huma in this game, we have to remember the struggles they have had past the 25-minute mark, just in general, even over the course of this tournament where they've gotten so much valuable experience that if they win can take back with them to the LCS. They have been falling apart traditionally in the later stages of games. However, at least in this composition, they should have some serious scaling on their side.
Rudy says, cheers. I got the Krugs.
That's the real battle.
It was a bit of a battle there as Smitty J was coming up top. Warlib once again has found space down in the bottom lane to go aggressive. Look to take down that tower. Now Giants, if they don't react to this, they are going to end up losing that tower one push or another. Problem is the game is getting stalled out pretty heavily by Huma.
Yeah, they're just trying to buy a lot of time. The thing is, what are they going to do once they get a lot of that? The LeBlanc, it'll look just like Peppy's in the later stages of the game, and Holy Phoenix. Lucian can have a lot of damage at the end of it all, but it's not going to be the same as, between Sivir, Poppy, Lulu. Yeah, it's hard to kill. Dragon's being started.
Sunstar has just finished his Infinity Edge as well, so Critiche is in action. Godbro was topside. If there's a fight here, Huma do not have the extra man. numbers advantage would be in favor of Giants. They take down their second dragon of the game. Huma backed themselves away, was not worth fighting over.
No, they decided not. So we're 28 minutes in. Godbro, a little out of position there, and Huma just a little bit out of the game, really. They're not playing to really win. They're just playing to stall it out for the moment, and Giants will continue to just start taking things away from them slowly but surely. Godbro is looking for a pick, but it's hard to do that into 3 Giants.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, Huma have enough disengage tools, or at least slowing tools, that Giants can't always go aggressive. Giants don't feel like they're that far ahead that they can consistently go aggro time and time again. Peppy is just kind of poking out, though. Just a little bit of damage here and there. And there's Lucian with the Static Shiv clearing mid lane. If ever you needed an idea of what to build on Lucian, Static Shiv's pretty good for that exact reason.
Shiv is pretty good on Lucian.
It's good.
I mean, use your calling to clear waves.
Luckily, we're in a situation where you actually can go Phantom Dancer Shiv or Rapid Fire. It actually just depends on what you want.
It's called strategic diversity.
Yeah, meaningful choices.
Yeah, it has been really changed up a lot in recent years, and it's been nice to see this season a lot more choices coming out for the builds of a lot of different popular champions. For Holy Phoenix, you have to think he's a little frustrated with the way this game is played out, just because he's used to having such a high impact, even if he goes down in a lot of fights.
Yeah.
He's kind of been relegated to wave clear duty. You know, it's Wonderwear job, pretty much.
Yeah, no longer called.
Although that is changing for Wonderwear, I have to admit, because watching them yesterday was a bit of a different story. He stepped up pretty big on Fiora.
He has actually stepped up pretty well recently. Yeah, he's kind of gone from Khal Drogo to being like, I don't know, one of the.
I'm trying to follow your meta.
Not Dothraki. I've lost it.
All right, let me do the Game of Thrones.
It's fine. You do the Game of Thrones
okay.
ones. I haven't watched any in like the last year. I'm
marathoning them until season 6.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's gonna happen. Yeah, but well, I'll wait for the time and I'll bring it back in.
See, I could, like, Marvel I'm on right now. I just marathon Daredevil, so, you know, I could do any of those references.
It's all right. I'll try to set you up for one of those, but I need to watch more Flash first.
That's DC!
I know. But I still like...
I'm out.
I still like DC
I'm out.
superheroes.
I'm done.
Where are you going? Get over here. I'm sorry, it's a dirty secret. Now you know. Let's go back to the bottom lane. Werlib and Smitty J are going to womp at each other pretty much for the rest of this game, I would imagine. And because Smitty J's gotten so big, I wonder if this really like changes the Poppy Trundle matchup, because it worked so well for Werlib last game. This time he's not really able to get too many bites in.
Well, the thing is, they're not really committing to each other either. It's just like a little bit of trading here and there, and then we'll see what the rest of the team is doing on the map, so I'm not going to go all in on you, because I don't really have the vision. You can see how Werlib just doesn't have the vision control bottom side, so he can't actually push out too far past his turret. It just means that, well, Smitty J, you can just have this push for now, and I'll just accept the farm.
Yeah. For Huma, they have managed to still keep the gold not too far away.
Yeah.
Just because Giants aren't really grabbing anything else on the map. I mean, at some point, these death timers start to get so high that a Baron dance is pretty much inevitable. And I still think that Giants win that, barring any massive mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, Rudy is caught very quickly. Godbro body blocking. As he sends the chains, they only land onto the Spiderlings.
When you land on the Spiderlings, and Godbro did get chunked, though Rudy did as well. So that means they got to think twice about coming to defend mid-tower here. Ooh, this is a good position for Giants, but look, the wave isn't with them, so Huma actually get to reset this. Ooh, Hustling. Don't know what that noise was, but it's whatever happened when Hustling got chunked. So the fact the wave wasn't there means that Huma readjusts. They now able to clear it out. Werlib could be caught.
No, popping on the hunt, just getting away from this one. Werlib is caught, actually, and he does flash. So he's unfortunately on the wrong side of the team, or the wrong side of the river. But his team now has time to start pushing down this outer mid, which has stood for 32 minutes into the game, so they will get this one. No dragon available to fight for, but there is a fight that is to be had. Pinchering, but it's Jason Wikas who gets pinched himself. Magical Journey to bail away, and Peppy getting knocked left, right, and center now. In goes the Spider, up goes Wisdom, down he goes. It's hard to keep track of what's going on in this fight all over the map, because Holy Phoenix picks Wisdom up, and Smitty J answers onto Rudy. Both junglers down, and Huma bleeding out here, trying to make their escape. It's a 1-to-1, and best Huma could hope for, being down like this.
Yeah, but look at how tanky Werlib is right now. Smitty J still wants to fight, though. Ooh, Pillar
tanky
gets
itself.
the slow, but I think this is going to be the end of this fight here. No Sivir ultimate yet. It's coming up soon, actually. This fight's been so long that they nearly have it a second time. Sunstar seriously wants to chase here. They can push in mid. Oh, Holy Phoenix.
What is he doing? Holy Phoenix is down. Smitty J tosses the buckler, and they pick themselves up another kill. This might be Baron.
Problem is, there no smite. Rudy will be up ever so slightly before Wisdom. It's a matter of seconds. So, I don't know, Giants, they're kind of 50-50ing this if they go for it. There are enough members of Huma around that they could look to contest. Spikes.
They hurt.
Yeah. Well, Wisdom's not here.
This be costing Whirlabar.
I don't like this Baron call. Without Wisdom, they could have just pushed mid through. I actually think they could have got at least good damage down onto the tower and then reset. Giants,
they're still committing.
They're going all in on this Baron. Rudy is now here.
The 50-50 unless they get the kills off on. They have sunk into Jesuicot. Oh, he gets interrupted. Can't take the journey. Neither can Whirlip. Finally is able to get through it, but Smitty J following, and the barrel just knocks him forward into it. Whirlip's going to be left for dead here. It's going to take a while to kill him, as tanky as he is, but Smitty J with a godlike kill is able to pick him up, and now they're back to it yet again.
Yeah, it's just Suicast getting picked off early allows Giants now to take control of the Baron. Rudy is still here. No flash available, has his smite. He's 2 levels down on Wisdom.
So half his health is gone.
To actually get the steal is going to be fairly difficult here without the vision control. There's a ping, there was a sweeper going up as well, but this is taking so long.
It's going low, but not fast enough. Down to 2,000 gold here, Rudy. Can he get in? Can he try to make the play? No, he's knocked away by Smitty. Going in for the desperation, but he's taken out. Giants managed to pick him up at the crucial moments, and they grab themselves Baron.
Baron goes over to the Giants. Rudy tried to get in at the last possible second that he could, but there was still 2,000 health left. So this was Cass dying at the beginning. Nice knockup to stop him from getting in the short magical journey. Smitty J gets blasted back out of the magical journey and keeps himself alive. But from here, Giants, very split focus.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Take the picture right there. Peppy just sniped the dragon.
Well, Rudy wasn't there, so I guess it was a fairly easy snipe.
Yeah, I suppose. Still.
No, I just mean that in general, like that, Huma going for a dragon when they have no jungler available. Was that Whirlip trying to solo it?
Yeah, I think we had 3 on, but Godbro was too low, and the moment he leaves, the Clear Lance Peppy. Yay, yay.
Wow, nearly got it. Holy Phoenix nearly had that, thought he was safe with the autos. He wasn't safe.
No, but he's managed to grab his team 3rd dragon now. And the gold lead's starting to spiral out of control here. Huma are in full tailspin in game number 3, trying to hang on. It has been slow, it has been a bit lethargic, but Giants have woken up. And they're lurching forward to try and finish this game. Nearly take out that tower. A lot of damage. The Baron-empowered minions are still crawling, and they get it.
They're just waiting on the fight.
There it goes. Smitty J knocking Cass in, and he just can't take his journey at all. Inhibitor's going to fall when Giants want it, whenever they want it. Rudy now stunned up and pinned against the wall as he throws the barrel, tries to dash towards his own tower, but that's taken out, and so is he. Inhibitor in the bottom is going to be taken, and Giants turning up the heat. We'll be able to turn this game in their favor here, barring a massive comeback from Huma. Big knockups, Godbro being chased away from his own base. Holy Phoenix trying to do what he can in the back, but Hustlin' ain't going down anytime soon, and Godbro getting 1 kill onto Wisdom and Answer. Nexus turrets are falling. That's the last one. All they need to do is turn their attention to make this a 2-1. Pull themselves within 1 game of requalification for the LCS. Giants have done it.
1 game remains for the Giants, and the last few minutes of that game, everything came up in their favor. They managed to get a pick or 2, get themselves the Baron, get a blind steal on the dragon. There was no vision for Peppy on that Glitter Lance over the wall, and then end up taking the base. Fairly simple, big change up for Giants in what they picked when it comes to their middle lane, but it worked very well.
And Godbro, that man on your screen, fell into the same trap that Peppy did the previous game. Picked up the LeBlanc, ended up 2-2-1. Not a terrible score, but you're relying on snowballing forward, and it's just such a binary strat that if it's shut down, picking that Lulu proved to be his undoing.
Yeah, the problem was he just had nobody really to snowball off. I mean, Sunstar didn't die, Peppy didn't die, Wisdom died a lot. But
yeah, but not to Godbro.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of kills went to Godbro, but that was about it. He didn't have that continuous momentum that you kind of need on a LeBlanc. If you get a couple of kills early, you tend to be okay. But he just didn't really end up getting that. It wasn't all on Godbro. Honestly, Huma's early game just was a little shaky in this third game of the series, and they couldn't really contend with Giants head-to-head. They were slowing Giants down fairly effectively, but slowing down is not quite enough.
Unfortunately, no. So now Giants are just one win away from claiming that last seat in the LCS Summer Split. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with a look at Match Point.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is match point for Giants as they head into Game 4 against Huma. Let's bring up the pick and ban out of Game 3. All the adaptations that we see evolving throughout the series. The one thing that seems to be sticking is that the mid lane is going downhill for Godbro more and more.
Yeah.
Zencooks.
LeBlanc into Lulu?
I don't know. It's really hard for them if they need to pick LeBlanc here because they don't have a counter pick for it. Like if he doesn't play Lulu, like then I feel like they need to change the Kogi ban with Lulu. Because they already banned 2 mid laners, and now Lulu is in the picture because Giants didn't ban it this game. They preferred the Quinn, so it seems like it was the only counter pick that Gobro had for LeBlanc, and they had to take it this rotation that I think just hurts them so much.
I feel like if you're going to ban 2 mid lane champions and still manage to get yourself into a bad mid lane matchup, you're doing something very, very wrong. Because you need to recognize this in best of 5 especially. For example, yesterday we came in and we were, of course, red side the first 3 games, and we banned Graves initially, but then we quickly realized that it's pointless because we banned it for the Graves that they play top lane then, but they're just first picking Poppy. In this case, if you're banning champions and they still manage to get a better mid lane matchup, you need to look at other things, because I feel like a big issue is this Sivir pick. It's so safe, it's so platonic, nothing happens to this lane, it's unpunishable in a way, and it just scales too well.
The problem is just, again, with Gabro's champion pool, it seems like, is, let's say you leave Azir open. Is he going to pick the Azir in first rotation? We haven't seen that so far. We know he played it, way back in the days. Back in the days, I'm talking like maybe 2 months ago or something like that. But he has played it before, definitely. And if you start leaving Azir open, we expect it to go over to Pepe. That's been his probably best pick, out of all the picks he's been using so far. In this game, he did show up. The last 2 games, he has struggled. And if you didn't ban away the Sivir, let's say you ban away the Poppy maybe as well, I just feel like, again, it will tilt the mid lane matchup. So the whole entire pick and ban phase seems to be built around mid laners, in this case here. Trying to find Gabro a good matchup, but he has less champions to pick from than Pepe Nero, and that makes it very difficult for you to ever win the champ select.
Yeah, I also feel like Gobro, before he joined Huma, I knew him for playing Azir as actually a good meta pick that was into meta and was actually a really good champ, and he played it really well. So it's kind of confusing to me that yesterday and today that they've been banning it. I don't know if he doesn't play it anymore, but it's definitely a difficult situation if he doesn't play it and they need to ban it every single game, and they're scared of Pepe having Azir.
Especially also because normally when there are extremely S-tier picks, so Sivir, Azir, we would say in this current meta here, you would trade them. You would never just ban one and give them one, because then you don't really benefit from it. But again, if they don't want to trade, it kind of goes wrong.
And with that in mind, I feel like if the champion pool of Godbro is so limited, then I feel they're doomed. It's just the way it is. They are doomed. They need to take some risks then. He needs to play some first-time Varus, some first-time Velcos into the Azir. No first-time Nautilus, please. But he needs to take a risk here, because otherwise it's just falling apart. Xpepi has been the vocal point in these good matchups.
Yeah, Xpepi, we see the Giants there, and Smitty J has surprised us tremendously. Also, obviously, he's getting some liberties to get his hands on the Poppy, for example, because they have to focus so much on the mid lane. He has the most kills in the series of all players, the highest kill participation at 90%. He is showing up, where yesterday we had some criticism of his play.
Yeah, but it's been fairly easy, I guess, for Smitty J preparing for this tournament, because he needs to play Trundle and Poppy, it seems. And then you can just kind of trade them back and forth. If you are banning out one of them, you just first pick the other one. That's what we've seen so far. Could be another thing for Huma. Now that they're just picking Trundle every time and giving over Poppy, ban one, and then contest the Sivir first pick with one of them, and you can potentially trade. But Smitty J is playing well. The few games he had in the LCS, decent lane performance, even when he got camped a few times. Not sure what your opinion is of Smitty J as a player.
I think the memory I have of him is the Fnatic game, where he just kept getting ganked and ganked and ganked, and he survived and did pretty well, even though they kind of collapsed in the end very, very quickly.
Yeah, he was even ahead that game in farm as well, so he has some good games in the LCS.
But to be fair, I feel like when it comes to Smitty J, this previous game, finally we saw the TP play come in. He had the TP advantage that he gains through his strong lane phase. I think that is his strength, but he has struggled to transition that onto the map and play with the team. Because even against us yesterday, I feel like in that final game, when he played the Fiora, he had the opportunity to seal out the game, but instead opted in to do some solo cocktail plays, and it kind of ended up bad.
We have seen, though, a lot from Giants overall. Again, it was kind of the storyline coming into this match where Huma has always been very focused on individual performance, like kind of one guy going crazy, one guy becoming the carry, where in a sense you would assume Giants were a little bit more team-focused. Also with the Sivir first pick, it's obviously not a solo AD carry in any way. And it kind of shows, just that stat we got from Spellsy. Every time there's a kill for Giants, they'll get a 3 assists on average in the entire series. So it's a high kill participation for a lot of members. Huma, it's like 1.75 assists. So they have like 20% lower kill participation as a team, and it's like one guy getting a kill
Who's
most of the time. Spelsy is our stats man who's sitting and feeding us all the good information. Technically, Spelsy is actually what I call my brain because I'm just pulling out all the stats.
Okay. In any case, if I summarize, Huma have to change it up. They have to do something crazy because they have to stay in the series if they want to make it to the LCS.
Gotta play Azir, man.
They gotta play Azir. That's not that crazy, but maybe they should. The teams are ready, so we're gonna head inside for picks and bans.
Thank you, Shox. Maybe we will see those picks and bans changed up because it has been pretty much the same with a few changes, tweaks at the very end that prompted the Poppy to come up, and then Godbro picked up the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally with the analyst desk. I don't really get why Godbro's not playing the Azir, or at least why they're not like trading 1-for-1 on the strong picks.
Yeah,
like,
it is a little curious.
It's kind of weird. I don't get it. Godbro's got a pretty mean Azir when he pulls it out.
Well, they're putting a lot on Werlip getting that Trundle, too. I mean, he's had 2 games now. They won one of them. But then this next one, I mean, Smitty J's Poppy once again got out of control. You got to wonder if they don't want to start considering taking that off. They're on red side again, so they still are probably going to ban the Nidalee. But I want to see it changed up.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've banned the Nidalee, the Azir, the Corki every single game.
Yeah.
I mean, do you give the Corki up and you say, well, now you've got to pick Sivir or Corki, and then
you get the other one. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Why not, right? Because they've been focusing on the Gragas Trundle first rotation every time. I mean, it's not working well enough.
Yeah, it's like if you really don't want the Azir, that could be the other option. But then still, that's a decision. Do you want the Corki first pick? Do they want the Sivir first pick? Like, how is that going to work? Is pretty much the only thing the only people that'll know is Giants, and they've picked Sivir 3 times. They've won twice out of the 3 times, and even in the second game in the middle, they got a lead. But they just picked a couple of bad fights, and Godbro got snowballing.
Exactly. Well, and they can, on Giants' side, breathe a little bit easier, because even if they lose this game, they then take it still to match point as we load up into picks and bans here. Our questions will be answered. And one that was not even a question, of course, is will Giants ban Jackson? Because that's always yes. Nidalee banned off again so far, so same. Let's see if it changes.
Well, yeah, Nidalee banned, Jax banned,
Kalista
banned. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Bingo!
So is it going to be the Azir?
They're thinking about it, though. It usually goes very quickly, and it is the Azir again.
Okay, Azir banned, so...
Might be that was their last chance to take it if they don't win this.
Now, will the Quinn get banned out here again by Giants? I think that was a good adaptation.
Yes.
They showed us the Lulu works for Giants.
No, just don't ban the Corki and then trade it if they take the Silver.
So, I guess that's the other thing now, is now that Giants have showed us that they are willing to play Corki.
Ah, they did it!
Ooh, okay.
Poppy ban. All right. I like it.
So, now they've showed us that they can play Lulu. Puts us in an odd position where there's like Sivir, Lulu, Corki available now. Giants are going to hover the Sivir. And then Smitty J, as he always does, is going to hover Yasuo every game.
Before going serious mode. So now the Lulu and the Corki are up. Do they take that right now?
The thing is, if you go Lulu Corki here, that
still
kind
plenty
of
of good
shows your
AD carries,
entire hand. But they are going to take the Corki.
But then the Gragas. So then they're saying, all right, so we could afford to give over the Lulu. Again, it wasn't really their undoing. I mean, it was kind of Godbro's undoing because he couldn't get picks off early. But he doesn't have to take LeBlanc this game.
No, he doesn't.
He could even go. He could even go on the Corki.
Thing is, there aren't a whole lot of mid laners now for Peppy that are that good into Corki. I mean, Azir is one of them that does well, and that is banned away. So now the Azir ban starts to make sense from Huma because they've now got a mid lane matchup potentially. Obviously, they can flex this Corki last pick, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see Giants just opt for the Lulu and just say, okay, well, Peppy, don't lose lane too hard, and we'll be fine.
Yep, and that Trundle is given over, so it's picked up along with the Lulu for Giants Gaming here. That means that should be for Smitty J, and with the Poppy already taking away the next best thing. Could still be a support Trundle.
Yes,
of course.
Could be Hustlin', so again, I mean, Huma, they have the flex potential for the Corki, so they can maybe look at their top lane here and then flex between AD carry. They also are looking for support here. Depends where they want to run the Bard again for Je Suis Cass. Bard, Corki. Not too bad when it comes to opening up the mid game. You can utilize that battle, package, everything like that. Lots of engaged.
I mean, this changes the nature of the game a lot because of the Corki coming in. It allows a lot of different things, and you can see what they've got built up so far just with those two champions have a lot of potential to AoE and ping pong people around with the Gragas. I would like to see, if not that Bard this game, okay, never mind, I'm not even going to make a prediction on it because we've got an Ezreal Braum lane locked, which means we know Godbro is going to be taking the Corki. That is a decent bit of late game damage now.
But what we don't know now is what is coming in the top lane, which I quite like, because now it forces Giants to lock theirs. Now they could go double flex, pick the Nautilus here, and have Trundle and Nautilus and then flip them depending on what is picked as a top lane from Huma. It's a bit of a risky strategy. I mean, they can't triple flex here unless they want to run like Nautilus jungle, which is not something we've seen since like Season 2, Season 3.
Or Trundle jungle.
Or Trundle jungle, yeah. Again, not something that's brilliant.
But Graves is still a solid jungle choice here for Wisdom as well. He could go back on the Elise instead, but I think this also works out quite well and it fits in with the Sivir comp.
It does. Nautilus with Sivir is just like you run at people.
Yeah, it's a big front line no matter what.
The new equivalent of Sivir Maokai, where you would just run at people and they'd die and you'd just stay alive.
So they take it.
So, it is the flex situation. Trundle could be top, Trundle could be support. This actually now takes a lot of the momentum away from Huma in this draft, because now Huma have to lock their top laner, and they get two very different top lane matchups. I'm trying to think of champions that are good into both Trundle and Nautilus, and I'm coming up a little bit stumped.
I would say Quinn, but
so Wirlib in this kind of situation likes running stuff like Hecarim, which isn't a particularly meta top laner, but that's just what Wirlib likes to do.
Yeah.
Likes to provide an extra tool of engage for his team. Honestly, Wirlib's in a very tough spot here, looking at legitimate top laners.
Well, you got to wonder if maybe they don't pull out something a little bit crazy. It is like the back against the wall, trying to, at the last moments, save their chances at the LCS. And as the timer ticks down, he opts for the Fiora.
Fiora is available, obviously, now. This allows Giants to decide, likely to put the Trundle up in that top lane against the Fiora.
A lot of carry potential on Huma's side, a lot of damage. But they do have a front line between Braum and Gragas. I do like this from them.
They're going to swap around a little bit. They're going to keep swapping.
Still plenty
I
of
can
time.
see it on my screen just flipping. Okay.
I mean, this has been a very interesting draft.
They've got until 20 to lock it down, so they're keeping Wirlib on his toes a little bit. Means Wirlib's going to have 20 seconds to decide his exact runes and masteries. Okay, 20 seconds has passed. Trundle has been locked into the top lane.
So we will have that matchup. Curious to see if we do have standard lanes again, as it has been pretty much the case all of this series, or if a lane swap gets called this time around. Huma on the back foot in the series, down 1-2. And Giants, as Losark and Coops shake hands, are on the cusp of requalification into the LCS.
On the cusp, but Huma, they're running kind of a siege poke composition here with now a split push component. You've got the Fiora over in one lane. Got to try and deal with the Trundle. That's not an easy thing to do.
Definitely not.
While you've got an Ezreal and a Corki that are looking to poke down in the middle lane. We're going to have to see how that turns out for them.
But at long last, things have mixed up a little bit with Giants still running a Sivir composition. If you think they can close it out here, let us know on Twitter, #GIAWin at LOL Esports. Or, of course, if Huma are going to make this go all the way to 5 games, #HMAWin. We're loading up for what could be the final time of this summer promotion tournament to the European LCS. Will it be Giants? Will it be Huma? We'll have to find out as we load into Summoners Rift. Thank you.
I got you back, buddy. Don't you worry.
Yeah, dig it.
It's all right. I got you. Don't worry. It was
I
a bit of a
Rift
delay.
too many times. I didn't want to do it again.
It's been one of those days.
Yeah,
It's all right.
It definitely has. There have been a lot of games where I've been scratching my head, and I'm sure you have been too.
Oh, what? Scratching your head? I mean,
yes.
That might be a little bit weird.
That is a weird.
That might be like a boundary issue here between.
We're very close here in the European LCS cast. All right, so we've got standard lane set up. The line of scrimmage here. Smitty J spotted by Wirlib, who just nicks him with the edge of his sword.
Sticking with the pointy end.
Yeah.
See, that's a
there you go.
reference I can
Nice.
do. I've got it.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
I was impressed there. Okay. They're actually going to start trading a little bit late here, so Giants are the one who are opting for the lane swap.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, Giants go for the later swap as well. So they showed top with Smitty J. Gives Huma a little bit of false sense of security. Obviously, Huma will be like, well, Trundle went into their jungle, so he can be anywhere right now. So there is the potential here. I mean, Ezreal Braum is super difficult to kill. Because you just kind of sit back with Ezreal. So there's not too much you can do in the lane.
Holy Phoenix has shown when it gets to late game situations and he does get put on a champion that can hyper carry, he can do some pretty nasty things to an enemy team.
Yeah, his Ezreal in the regular split in the playoffs has been pretty good for Huma. They've relied on it fairly consistently.
And I actually really like Huma's scaling bridge here because you've got the Corki mid-game damage, and then you've got a late-game Fiora and Ezreal. That is going to be hard to deal with. So Giants, I feel like they are the ones who have to make moves quick.
Possibly. I mean, you look at how the last few games have gone. They've gone a little bit longer, especially the last game. You look at it, Huma actually drew things out pretty late for Giants until Giants managed to get themselves the Baron and start winding things up. So looking at this game state, you can see pretty much a mirror, ever so slightly faster push when it comes to where the jungle and top lane are for Huma.
There's the teleport.
There's the TP from Smitty to equal that up. Now Whirlib answers it with TP of his own.
But we are pretty much even. And this is what we weren't seeing in the first 3 games of play, since it was those standard lanes, even though one of them was up in the top side.
Thing is, Huma have struggled in phase 2 of lane swaps significantly against both LCS teams and Challenger teams. It's been one of the real weak points of Huma, is how to deal with the second part of the lane swap. And we'll see if they've fixed it for today.
Yeah. Giants on their side, you know, they were doing quite well in these situations versus Splice. In the first 2 games that we did have lane swaps, they won those ones. The very last game, they did fall, and that was a swap, but it was a bit of a wonkily executed one.
Not only that, outside of just the end result of the game, the actual swap was better from the Giants yesterday than I think we saw at any point in the LCS regular split. So yeah, certainly there's a lot to say about that side of growth from the Giants, which that's growth that happens outside of the 10 games they played.
Yeah.
You don't just magically learn how to lane swap in between games 2 and 3 of the series.
That is true. However, having all those extra games definitely has helped them develop as a team more and more. And this is in the promotion tournament. This is game number 14 for this Giants squad. They even were able to come into the promotion tournament with at least a modicum of confidence, since they did beat Rocket on the final day of regulation. So Giants have just been marathoning through this, and you know, if they march all the way to the finish line, it will be bravo to them to requalify to the LCS.
Yeah, it would have been a hard road to get there. Huma want to force standard lanes.
Yeah.
They just recalled with both top and their bottom lane. Problem is, they are not going to be there before that lane pushes into the turret. So Huma want to get Holy Phoenix into this weak cast against Sunstar and Hustlin, but look at the experience difference. Level 2 for AD carry and support for Huma. Levels 3 and 4 for the Giants bot lane. Hustlin actually took the Krugs by mistake, was trying to give it with Sunstar earlier, but ended up getting a lot of experience from it. And because of this recall that happened, Sunstar actually just recalled himself. Whirlib taking so much damage.
Well, he's level 2. I mean, this is what you're talking about, the struggle, and they don't take the optimal path. And trade, they try to make Giants dance to their tune, but they are down too many levels to make it happen. And this is bad. Whirlib can't even afford to back.
Yeah, Whirlib can't back. Smitty J is ahead on experience. Now Rudy's up there leeching experience, and Wisdom is taking away the camp. Rudy? Was just trying to get in range to bodies, to Cask.
Unfortunately doesn't get anything.
Yeah, trying to get that barrel roll under the wall. Not sure how the barrel phases through the wall.
It's a lot of damage. Godbro's going to try to find back onto Peppy. The mid lane has been pretty quiet since the first couple of games that we've really watched here, as Sunstar and Hustlin continue to make it a little bit difficult for Holy Phoenix to farm up. And this time, the tables have turned a little bit. You see Sunstar, as Hustlin grabs Holy Phoenix, Sunstar's the one who's got the call.
Yeah, Sunstar actually recalled when they pushed the wave up to the turret. Just wanted to go back, get himself a pink ward, I think he got boots at the same time. Just an odd timing, considering they had the time to completely shove the wave back in. Interesting one. But anyway, Giants, not the cleanest reaction to what Huma have done in this lane swap. Peppy does not have Ignite, so doesn't have kill pressure here.
Does have a lot of poke pressure, though, onto Godbro, who he is rocking Ignite himself, but he hasn't had much of a chance to use it against Peppy, who has been quite the bully on this Lulu over 2 games now.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat to be expected. When you look at how Peppy as a player works, with a Lulu, you get the added picks damage on your attacks, you get the little lance resistance over top lane. Whirlib is not having a good time here.
Yeah, he does get a good trade-off, but the minion damage was a bit much for Smitty J, who actually decides to not go in on that one. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, the Braum stun proc was able to go through concussive blows onto Hustlin, but Sunstar still pushing forward. The level advantage continues to play out there. Holy Phoenix is holding strong, though, and he was in the same situation last game.
The thing is, Smitty J hasn't been able to actually farm from this. So he's been trading very well with Werlib, but Werlib's been getting more farm because of the position of the lane. Now that it's pushing towards Smitty J, he will be able to absorb a lot of the farm he's missing now. Oh, Rudy was not in vision. Wisdom's gonna wait for a bus, but it's not gonna show up. Oh, check the push!
Oh, he could have gotten the red steal.
Well, I mean, that's also a somewhat, I don't want to say unorthodox position for a pink because it's not that weird, but unlike pathing through there in your own jungle, you don't really want to waste time in the enemy jungle, so you're like, oh, I'll just keep walking on the short path. Should have checked it, but cutting that corner is somewhat understandable.
Giants themselves don't want to cut any corners on the objectives. Taking themselves
Holy
a bit
Phoenix
early, but
pushed up.
now the bottom side, Holy Phoenix. Oh, and he goes just at the last moment. Has to burn his flash away to get out of the death. Sunstar's going to walk away empty-handed there, but a summoner spell, gotta be worth it.
Yeah, didn't have to use his heal, thankfully, so he's not completely down on summoner spells. But that is Wisdom now picking up Doom's Eve. And is going to go back into the jungle with that. Look at Rudy coming top lane now. He knows that Rift Herald was just taken, so needs to be there around to counter gank. No package on Godbro, it's just spawned in the base. So this is kind of awkward timing now for this dive. We'll see if they can get Smitty J. Subjugate's available.
Werlib's going. He knows. The Grand Challenge is out. The Frost Bomb's on. Armor shred. There's the parry, and Smitty is going down, but Werlib should follow as Peppy comes in for the revenge, and Rudy walking slowly away. It's a 1-for-1, spending that teleport of Peppy's.
Yeah, 1-for-1. As you said, TP was used, Ignite was used by Godbro, and a flash from Rudy, so the kills did also go. One went to Peppy, one went to Werlib. So there was the first blood gold in there as well, but it wasn't enough to give Huma the lead. It is Giants that have the lead coming from the beginning of this game. You look at the farm difference in mid lane now with the kill on top of it.
See it again.
Yeah, let's see this again. You can see Smitty J is soaking up time. Manages to get enough damage down onto Werlib, but the tower does some damage through the heal. Didn't even matter that Fiora got the ultimate off from that Grand Challenge.
That's the double teleport. You know, we neglected to mention it at the beginning of this game, but it helped out Giants so much previously. And Godbro going for the aggressive Ignite Summoner. Of course, gets a bit more unorthodox to run that TP. Onto the top. We'll talk about this. Here it comes Godbro. Smitty J is seeing this one before. A lot of damage dealt to him, but he flashes in time to avoid the death knell. And now on the bottom side, J-Sweet caught for a little bit of damage, but the depth charge is onto Holy Phoenix. As he goes away from there, Wisdom coming down the side. This is a 2v3, and there's no way they can answer. Holy Phoenix is left for dead as Hustlin slays him. Final shot.
This is going to be a long death for Cass. Holy Phoenix actually nearly killed Cass in that. If Cass had taken any more damage, he... Ooh, Wisdom.
Oh, J-Sweet Cass, his back is canceled. And now Wisdom is just waiting for the time. There's a flash there, exhaust on, but he still takes away from the red.
Oh, the red buff damage for the kill for Wisdom. Now we can say maybe Holy Phoenix actually did kill J-Sweet Cass. The Nautilus ult was on him. He thought he was arcane shifting after that last hit. Wasn't going to get the knockup, but
he can't dodge it.
Right on top of Cass. Yeah, exactly. Well, it was more that he didn't think he was hitting Cass with the knockup. But unfortunately, he did.
So, meanwhile, in the top side, Werlib has equaled out and actually got himself a farm lead over Smitty J. And they will need him to be as strong as possible because Giants still continue to run this game. 2,500 gold in the lead at 10 minutes. And if they take this game, it's all over for Huma and their LCS hopes for summer.
Yes, it will be. They'll be back in Challenger for the summer split if they lose this game. Which, I mean, when you look at it, it's pretty difficult for the Challenger teams to make it up into the LCS right. The format of the promotion tournament does, however, mean that of the 5 teams that are in the promotion tournament, the best 3 do advance.
It does show you the difference in caliber and what we've seen from these games so far. But, I mean, you also got to look at the wild card in this, and that's Giants, because this is a team that went 5 games against Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah.
That went 5 games against Splice.
Right.
And could go 5 games against Huma.
But at the same time, they haven't fluked their way through the best of 5.
No, but they've been so inconsistent. It's been maddening.
Of course, but then It's fair to say that if you've been inconsistent, but your better games have been frequent enough and have been good enough to win the series, then you are the better team.
That is very true.
I mean, it's not the most convincing of arguments, I'll give you that. You were the better, worse team. But Giants have shown a lot of growth.
Yeah. No, in over a very, very long course of games, they've definitely shown some development here as True Shot Barrage comes in and spies this dragon being started. Puma don't want to try and fight this. They're still down 3,000 gold. Holy Phoenix is just getting a little harassed, but unfortunately all he does is feed Sonstar mana. And he has to Arcane Shift as he saw the dredge line coming his way. So Dragon number 1 over to Giants. They do have 2 towers to the 1 that Huma's managed to get. And a lot of it stemmed from the lane swap choice that Huma made to try and force the 2v2 lane.
Yeah. It's has been a lot on trying to force that 2v2. Hasn't really, materialized into anything. It's been a lot more in Giants' favor.
Yeah. Some pretty lopsided farm differentials, too. You take a look at that mid lane, and Peppy's just been walking all over Godbro, who has admittedly gone on a few roams. But then in the jungle, 20 CS difference. Wisdom has been walking on Rudy.
Yeah.
And then for Huma, the saving grace here is what Whirl has been able to do to Smitty J.
Yeah.
So he's having not too bad a game. He's on Fiora. Maybe, just maybe, Huma can get onto his back, and he will carry them to a victory.
But you look at how much attention Whirlib got with regards to his own team helping him against Smitty J. Like, there was a lot of focus from Rudy and Godbro on top lane to say, hey,
that's
look,
been every game, too.
We're getting you ahead, whether you like it or not. So Smitty J has really been under that kind of pressure. You mentioned the jungle matchup and the difference in CS. About 1,200 gold between these two junglers right now. So a hefty chunk of the lead.
Whoa. Okay, grand challenge, and Peppy's got himself out of danger. All of a sudden, the Giants players just come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, just completely run out from all angles. And
Zippercomp, man.
We're like, we don't want this. We do not want this. So, Holy Phoenix is pushing bottom lane at the same time. Problem is he is so far away from an objective that Giants are actually just getting him.
Oh, it's so low. Oh, God, bro, no! Oh, there's the Valk. There's a lot of damage from that Pix, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage, but Peppy just wanted that tower. That was all it was.
Yeah, he got it.
Be menacing so that the rest of the team can take it.
It's a menacing Yordle. He's actually in quite a lead over Godbro, 1,500 gold of himself ahead. And you can see how the gold just keeps on growing. It's 4.5K ahead for Giants now. And it's just like last game, slowly but surely. They're getting it up. I mean, again, Huma have some tools to come back into this. They're not completely starved of scaling, but they need time. We're not 15 minutes into the game yet, and they need to get Whirlib ahead. They need Holy Phoenix to be able to finish off his blue build before they can really make a big impact.
Yeah, they do need that before the impact, but we'll see if they get there anytime soon. So Triforce is up, Iceborne is up for Holy Phoenix as well. Whirlib not quite there with the Titanic, on the way to getting it. But you mentioned these big leads right now for Giants. And honestly, when you look at, they've just taken the 3 outer towers. There's no Dragon, no Rift Herald available. Now is when this game can stall slightly for Giants. Huma may be able to take a little bit of something from this.
Yeah. One thing they can breathe a sigh of relief about is that Godbro's just managed to get his training force.
Yeah.
He's in a power spike. They need to rally around him here and try to take some objectives, but they're going to be seen everywhere they go. Look at that jungle on both sides. Giants have got that lit. Less so on the bottom, but they are keeping track of all the movements that Huma can possibly make. And they're paying special attention to Whirlib at the moment, who, despite out-farming Smitty J, is still sticking it out to the top side. In fact, because he's sticking it out to the top side, he's been out-farming Smitty J.
So, package was used in mid lane. Yep. It's about to expire. I want to talk about mid lane a little bit here, and the performance over the weekend for Godbro. I'm going to hold this because Hustlin could be about to get ganked. 3 people around him. Hustlin could be caught.
Rudy's there, interrupts the path, and he pops out the massive barrel, but Hustlin's going to flash away from this one, and Giants once again recollapsing on, and Rudy gets slain. Jiswikas will follow next, and Godbro just can't do anything to defend him. The double kill for Trundle. As Smitty J picks him up.
Oh, Wisdom wants this.
Oh, he does. Oh, the flash! Followed by Godbro.
He doesn't have his ult. He doesn't have his ult, so he can't finish it. Godbro manages to get himself away. Now Giants want to push on to the top lane. This is very reminiscent of the first game where Giants would just take the better fights.
Whirlib He's able to hang it out, though. The Riptide won't connect on him. Still, his tower's going down. Giants just keep on extending this gold lead now.
Yeah.
It's 7K. It's about to be more. 8. 7.5, really. Wisdom stays around a little bit too long, but Holy Phoenix doesn't have any damage.
Yeah, Giants have to back away at this point, recall, reset for this game, but this is very reminiscent of game number 1. I want to talk a little bit about Godbro as we come through this replay. Rudy thinks they've got the good fight here, gets the knockback, but it's only on Hussein. He's not taking damage here from the rest of the team, and from here, Godbro's trying to kite back. Vorm Shield goes up, but it doesn't really stop a lot of the damage initially, and then just Cass and Godbro kind of fall from this. But Godbro's not having a great weekend when you look at his performance in lane. We've known Godbro as somebody that does kind of fall down in lane, but unfortunately coming into today, in his series yesterday, he was minus 23.5 CS difference at 10. Now, a lot of people will say that's including the Flame Horizon game, which was at like 14 minutes, so obviously the stat would be inflated as an average of only 4 games. But you look at his performance today, on average, down 7 at 10. In this game, down 19 at 10. So he's just, in overall terms, been very pressed out in all senses of the word in
and that's
10
including
minutes.
the Quinn game, where he farmed champions.
Exactly. Like,
specifically Peppy.
Godbro has had a real tough time against LCS mid laners, and even against...
Well, we hit this note earlier. I mean, he's just been found to be out of his depth, but Peppy might be out of his depth as well. Gets the wild growth on, but there is no help coming to save him here. He knows he's a dead Yordle, and Werlib will get his second kill of the game off the back of that. Giants can't quite collapse on anything here. Looking for mid, but there is a bot lane there to defend.
There is. Baron is up in 130. Dragon is up now. I mean, Giants, realistically, they're so far ahead right now that they just have to bait a fight, and both of these objectives go down very quickly. I mean, all they need is a pick on Rudy or like Godbro or Werlib, and they can turn to the Baron when it is available, obviously.
Yep, just in a few more. No one's really bothered with the Rift Herald this game. They've left them all alone. Giants really got out to a flying start this game. It's not the most massive lead we've seen, but they're definitely looking more decisive, and that's the evolution we've seen this game. Holy Phoenix knows his number might be coming up. Holy Phoenix trying to kite this one out, but he's not got enough damage yet. Gets the heal off, but Sunstar's here. That was a waste.
Tag, you're it. Sunstar eats the Mystic Shot. I mean, this is summing up this game state. Realistically, Giants are closing this game out now. This was Smitty J getting the kill onto Rudy. Rudy stepped too far forward in his own jungle. On towards, that's a dead Rudy. From here, we saw this one already happen. Holy Phoenix dies to Sunstar. Honestly, this is just Giants in full control of this game. They get the Rift Herald, and they will likely get the Baron just after it spawns. They're going to recall, set up for exactly the same kind of play.
Recall, reset, repush.
Yes, exactly. They're going to push mid, push top, and really just go for that Baron. There's not a whole lot that Huma can do. They look, not even a scratch on that mid tower yet.
Yeah, well, they're starting to change that, but Huma just don't have the damage. You can see they've needed time. They've needed Godbro to really have a much bigger impact, and he just hasn't.
Smitty J alone just forced 3 people back from the tower. That's how much respect Huma have to give to Giants right now.
Well, how fast they're able to counter-engage.
Yeah.
Giants have been really on point with making sure that nobody's too far out of range, that 1 kill on Peppy bottom side notwithstanding. This is the reason Huma have been held to only 2 kills.
And this is the thing, right? You play Sivir, you play Lulu and Nautilus, like, somebody's getting caught. If you are even slightly out of position, you're getting caught. Like, Rudy is slightly out of position right now. There's a Nautilus coming up from the river here. Huston wants to go. So does Smitty J.
Got to give up that blue. No, Rudy smites it last second. So he does manage to get it, but he has to use guerrilla warfare just to get into his own jungle and out alive. Giants are taking everything on the map. 8K ahead. Continue to snowball that lead. And with the Rift Herald buff, they start wailing on this inner tower. Kass is trying to stop it, but look at that damage they're dishing.
Yep, big damage down onto that tower, onto the members of Huma as well. You can see Werlib is pushing in the top lane, trying to get an outer tower in exchange. Does have teleport, but there's no real good teleport ward available. It's all the way back in the river. Rudy could be caught.
Yeah, has to pop the big barrel to get away from this one, but he's still taken down, and it's Peppy that gets him. Sunstar, meanwhile, goes forward. Huma is getting shredded.
Yeah.
Werlib's not doing anything about this. He's still trying to take minions. He's got his teleport. They're losing inhibitors for this.
They are losing. They lost this inhibitor. That means now Giants recall, swing to Baron. they are going to give up this outer tower. There is no reason to go and stop this happening. Willib can't push any further than this. They will reset in time. The rest of Huma are going to try and stop them. The package is available. This is not a fight. If Huma take this fight, they may straight up just lose the game if Godbro actually goes in and dies.
There's a big wave starting to pour in onto the top side. Willib is still committing to the strategy. Giants are a little bit battered here, but they're not worried at all about Huma at their tails. Might as well just be some flies buzzing around their heads.
Look at Rudy's pathing, though. Rudy's coming down mid lane. Giants still want to engage.
Just because, let's fly the Glacial Fissure. An inner tower gets taken by Willib, so they've gotten some swing off this, but they've still lost an inhibitor for it. There's no way this can be worth.
No, it's not worth. I mean, Huma are getting slight little bits to come back into this game. They will get mid tower as well, but realistically, somebody has to go deal with that bottom lane, and see it's Holy Phoenix is going over there to do that. Now Giants are going to prioritize the Baron. They're going to go and set up for their vision, set up for the bait, and try and force Huma to come and fight them. And when they do, Giants will be able to take that fight, and Huma, unfortunately, are probably going to crumble and drop back down to the Challenger Series.
So they've cut the lead a little bit in all of that craziness just because they were able to pick up 3 towers off the back of it. But I fear you are very correct.
Yeah.
Giants, they would have to really, really throw this lead away if Huma were to come back into this game. A massive mistake would have to be made, or a hero smite from Rudy, and we just haven't seen that kind of play out of him.
And, you know, we heard Mithy in day 2 yesterday on the analyst desk say, well, you know, a team that plays better as a team can beat pretty much, you know, individual players. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, is so much of the decision-making from Willib is about an individual. Giants are just fighting as a team.
Huma definitely not. Kotz is caught. The blowback from Graves not going to be needed. Sunstar connects with the Boomerang Blade, and that is yet another kill.
And again, Willib's down in the bottom lane trying to push back out against these super minions, because if it gets to the Nexus towers, they're going to start losing. And the problem is, he had the TP, didn't use it. Now he's trying to get to mid lane with the home guard. Somehow, if Huma can get a steal on this, or a last-ditch fight that turns around, maybe they can still do it.
In comes Willib trying to buy some time. 18, 15, 17. Oh no, it's Wisdom who smites away the Baron. Rudy can't get it in time, and he's given his own life for this one. Big power play now for Giants, and they will recall all 5 members have secured the buff.
Yeah, the recall is on. Godbro stops Wisdom, but
tries to trade. He might just get it. Yeah, he's burning down. Godbro's going to burn his flash for this one. He might give his life 2 teleports. And he is a sitting duck. Sunstar on the chase. Should be able to answer him back. And there we go.
Now Sunstar recalls. The Nexus towers are about to get pushed in by the super minions in the bottom lane as well, as we head into the replay here for Giants. They managed to smite this Baron down. It's you know, a fairly straightforward thing. After that Baron, Wisdom is 4 levels ahead of Rudy. So coming into that, must have been at least 3 levels worth difference in the damage down on Smite. Giants are ending the game, by the way.
Yeah, mid lane is gone. They just need to take an inhibitor here. The rest of them, Huma, have arrived, but even their base is no longer a safe place. Willib goes in, Willib goes out. Just because he's caught, looks to be unbreakable, but is he? Not very much. Smitty J takes a bite out of him as Rudy pops his ultimate just to try and push him back, and he's taken down. All too familiar of the story this game. 25 minutes, Giants look to close this one out in style.
Yeah, this is so much more like game 1 than it was any others, and the Giants are going to show their growth over the last few days.
They've taken 14 games. A long, long journey. Shutdown for Holy Phoenix. Doesn't look like it'll be enough here. It's Smitty J that's gone down. Godbro soon to follow. That's the double kill for Peppy. And that man has come up massive in this series, in this long journey that Giants have taken. The last Nexus remains, and Giants Gaming will re-qualify to the LCS, and we have seen some serious growth out of this team. GG and well played.
Well, it took nearly a whole split's worth of games after the regular season for them to re-qualify, but they've done it. They're back in the LCS for the summer split.
Yeah, I almost don't want to call this their new roster anymore since they've played 14 games together. More than that, actually, if you count the last couple of them.
LCS! They've just been powering back up for the LCS. That's all it was, Pyra.
Charge those batteries. We'll see them in summer. I mean, and this is a team, if they play to the A game that we saw them over the course of this promotion tournament, they could shoot a lot higher.
Possibly. They still had their mistakes. And honestly, they were a cut above the challenger teams. You can see how much that meant to have that opportunity and not be successful in that situation. But Giants showed they were a cut above the challenger teams. They took down both of them to get here. So it does show you the difference, even between number 10 LCS with these extra games now against the winners and runner-up of the challenger series. But I mean, you know, coming into this, everybody had the discussions on were Giants good enough? Did they have the macro level? Did they have all of that? I mean, honestly, you'd have to say yes. They improved on a lot of even the lane swap aspects. Yeah. And that was one of the places that we said, hey, Giants, even though they're not as good compared to the actual LCS, you know, top tier teams, they still were good enough to beat, you know, teams that aren't so practiced against it.
The important thing is when we talk about growth, obviously that can seem like a nebulous term, but it's because they were able to play together, play better, and then what they came up with was generally just building those basics, building those foundations that they can then correct those smaller mistakes they made. Now we're going to send it over to the analyst desk where Giants' win is going to be celebrated. LCS Summer Split, we'll see them there.
Thank you very much, guys. And 3-1, as predicted here on the analyst desk, true professionals here. And in the end, I mean, we have to conclude after 4 games, no surprises for us today. Huma exerted kind of the same mistakes as they did the last couple of days, and Giants seem to be stronger, albeit obviously not a top-tier LCS team, but enough to requalify.
Yeah, and I mean, the last game, we can barely talk about it because it was like 24 minutes long, and Giants almost won the game like 12, 14 minutes into it because they just snowballed completely out of control. And it looked like Huma just ran out of things to do, and like the problems they didn't have a fix between games, which is obviously very difficult because you have like 10 minutes.
It's like they had half of the idea, right? It's like the big issue was they gave up the Corki ban. I liked it, good, but ban Sivir instead of the Poppy because they had the Trundle Poppy matchup going on. It should be in your favor. You just give Whirlib another chance on that Trundle, but instead they opted in for the Poppy ban. They got Trundle into Fiora, which is not the greatest matchup, and once again the Sivir is there, throwing boomerangs all over the place.
Yeah, and also like the mid lane matchup, like you can see after they ban Quinn, it seems like they have no answers, especially when they ban like 2 mid laners most of the series, but then change it up. And I agree that I think they should have banned Sivir instead of Poppy. I like that they first picked the Corgi for Godbro because he's played it before, but I still feel like this mid lane champion pool, it's gonna be hard in the end.
Yeah, and it was hard, and I think it was one of the downfalls of Huma just not ready. And as predicted, actually, by our guys on the desk here last week, and you guys as well, all the teams that have requalified are all LCS teams. So what do we think now of Huma, of the Copenhagen Wolves? You guys are an ex-challenger team as well. Has the level gone down?
Yeah, I feel like the level has gone down from if you take the bottom teams of LCS, is stronger than the challenger teams. Like last split, I feel like us and even though we were kind of lucky in playoffs, there have been some things, but I feel like we in the beginning of challenger series had a pretty strong performance and could like deal with the low LCS teams like SK and Copenhagen Wolves, I think it was. So yeah, I feel like the level dropped a bit compared to the LCS level.
I mean, we have to remember that both G2 and you guys qualified. So we had 2 teams coming in last time, and I think overall this is also a bit of a clap on the shoulder for LCS, because I think right now the EU LCS has grown quite a bit. And if you look at the top 6 teams are stronger than maybe than we're used to seeing, where the bottom 4 teams then normally would always be able to take games off the top teams, and we had this European thing where everyone would kind of beat each other and Fnatic would win in the end. It's not been the case this split. It's been very tough for you guys, obviously, to beat the top 6 teams. Yet, of course, you got enough practice that you move a step above what the challenger teams have been able to do. Do you guys agree on that?
I feel like the one thing that comes to my mind is I just compare it to the NA challenger scene, because there it's more nurtured, and I feel like they invest more into the players. They bring in players like Xpecial, Alexish was playing as well, and with that in mind, there is players with experience that can help bring up the level of the players in those teams.
Let's retake that in just a second, because I got the cue that Stress is standing by with Smitty J for a reaction from our newly qualified Giants.
Thank you very much, Shucks. I am down here on the side stage with Smitty J after a victorious series. It's been a long set of games for you. 14 games. First of all, congratulations. How was the road here? How much improvement did you guys have over this week?
It was really exhausting, but playing 5 games twice in a row is like it helped us a lot to get some practice, to get some confidence on the stage, and it just helped us. And I'm sad that we lost yesterday because it was really close, but today we won, so it's all good.
It was really close. I mean, you guys did improve a lot over the last couple of days. Certainly, your lane swap game improved. As a top laner, you're obviously very vital in that role. How did you find today's game specifically against Werlib? Was there any added pressure with him being a former Giants member?
For my manager and my coach, maybe, but personally for me, it's just like he's on this team, I'm on the other team. Play against each other. I didn't really have any like personal, fight with him or something. So it's just we play against each other. And,
Okay, well, he has a very unique playstyle. He always wants to split push. How did you deal with that coming into today's games?
Split pushing right now is pretty hard because it's mostly tanks versus tanks, and they can't kill each other. They can just farm besides each other, and nothing is gonna happen. And that's basically what happened the first few games. And then the last game, Fiora can split push, but we managed to engage fights, take good fights, and yeah, it was fine.
Yeah, it looked pretty impressive from our side. You guys picked blue side all games for today and had a very clear plan in the picks and bans. How was your preparation coming into this week? Was there a lot of work from Lozak and the rest of coaches to prepare you for this series, or was it a lot about what the team wanted to play?
It's more the team getting comfortable with each other because we had a pretty rough time in the beginning, and the rough time was still going even after we won against Rocket. But we managed to get ourselves together, play good as a team, and that's,
Certainly showed. Congratulations again, man. We're looking forward to seeing you in the summer split. I'm going to send it back up to the analyst desk to finish breaking down that game.
Thank you very much. And before we do, we have to crown an MVP, and that is also Smitty J. I think that he really put it all on the line on the race back to the big stage and bringing his team to victory. We mentioned him before that last game already. 21 kills, a kill participation of 81% over 4 games, and especially his difference from yesterday to today. Great performance.
And we have to remember Huma's best weapon in a lot of the games would have been like Werlib's by pushing, or maybe Holy Phoenix in the bottom lane. And I feel like Werlib honestly had a fairly poor performance. He was completely nullified by Smitty J in almost every single game.
For sure. I think his Poppy is his strength. And even when Poppy was taken away, which happened, we saw the Poppy ban, still great performance on the Trundle, pressured the Fiora, got ganked a lot, but still was very relevant in the game.
Yep.
Very well deserved.
Great job by him. And now let's take a look at all the teams that requalified for the LCS in the summer, because we were talking about kind of the difference of level between Challenger and LCS. And wow, this is exactly the same graphic. Of course, Roccat, the Giants, and the Splice Boys requalifying for the summer split. And I'd like to continue the discussion of kind of how hard it is for the teams to get in.
Yeah, and I just want to also jump on your point, Yamato, with the NA bringing in experienced people like Special and Alex. And obviously these guys have been playing for years and played against the biggest teams in the world, where I still feel like if you look at Challenger this year, there was a lot of old school people, like Huma is an example. If you look at like Werlib, he's played obviously for some time. Holy Phoenix has been to Worlds, obviously as a Turkish team, not an European team. There's still a lot of players in Challenger who had a lot of experience. Maybe just not the same level as obviously the guys you're mentioning from NA.
It's like the way I see it, it's like, I don't want to be harsh, but it's like the bottom of the barrel of the LCS, right? And if you compare, like I mentioned, X-Special and Alex-ish, you look at their history, there is a lot more there, right? They know how to think about the game, and I feel like the level of play is just different. It's also important to note, because Challenger series, they only scrim each other, right? That is probably what is the biggest issue. They scrim each other, and they kind of develop together. And they're not obviously going to be behind these teams that play in the LCS.
Also feel like in a Challenger, they invest more, like the organization invests more into getting players. Like they have a lot of Korean players actually in the NA Challenger. And here in EU is like, yeah, we have some LCS players, but to be honest, they haven't played LCS for a long time. I think Werlib is probably the one who played the latest. And like if you look at like Wicked hasn't played for a long time, GoPro hasn't played for a long time. So it's people who actually has been in Challenger for some time now.
So is it fair to say that with obviously Europe losing a few players at the start of the year, some of them going to North America, someone would retire, the remaining best players in Europe all got gathered on LCS teams. Either they came in as some of the new players with challenger teams, or obviously they all gathered on some of the top teams. That's why we have what we would consider multiple great teams now, where we normally only have like 1 or 2 teams really standing out. And that's why Challenger has kind of ran out of, should we say, talent right now, or new up-and-coming talent in a sense, other than maybe some of the few Millennium players who are still 16.
It's like the way I like to look at it is I feel like the ELCS has done a very, very good job. Like the teams have done a very good job of saturating their talent. They've picked up the right players, and I don't feel like any specific player could replace anyone that is not in the LCS. And I feel like we just need to give it some time. The players that are 16, maybe they will start getting into LCS, because as long as the best 50 players that are in Europe are in the ELCS, no longer you can't really replace them randomly.
Also feel like if you look at the players I played with in Challenger series, like last year, like pretty much everyone is in LCS now. They want to play with the spring split, like Perks, Ica, Gilius, what is it called, Smitty J, like and even Steve. Like all of these players is in the LCS now.
And most likely when they're 16-year-olds, they become 17. You know, if they are good enough, the LCS teams will pick them up. And then again, we kind of get a situation where Challenger might suffer a little bit until we have a new up-and-coming team who can maybe break in, or one LCS team falls apart completely. But that's obviously not what you're hoping for. So we need to find a way for these Challenger teams to actually get better practice potentially. But why would you play against them if you're on an LCS team and you can scrim against Vitality? Then you're going to pick that every single time.
Yeah, very interesting discussion. For now, though, it is the LCS teams that requalify. That closes the book on the promotion tournament, but the playoffs are around the corner. Let's take a look at the schedule for that, starting this coming Saturday, April 2nd. Vitality Fnatic is the first quarterfinal, all best of fives, of course. And then on Sunday, it is Origin versus the Unicorns of Love for that last seed. And, of course, also the ticket to Rotterdam, very importantly. So, Fnatic versus Vitality, our first quarterfinal. Quick prediction here, guys. I've heard you already.
I couldn't do it quicker. Vitality.
No, go ahead. You can give some
okay,
explanation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vitality, I think, in terms, if I compare Vitality to the other teams overall, I feel like they have this kind of adaptability about them. First, I thought Cabo Shorty is only going to play Graves, he's going to play Dissolution. All of a sudden, the Nautilus comes in, the Poppy comes in. I'm like, holy moly, Cabo Short plays tanks. Shons, what have you done to him, you know? And all of a sudden, in the best of 5 scenario, they have all these different things they can play. Nuktak on control mages, on assassins, and all over the place. So to me, I feel like Vitality is the favorite to take the entire thing.
Yeah, I also feel like if you look at Vitality from the beginning of the split to now, like they're the top team that improved the most. Like the way they play, like the amount of champions you have, like you saw today with Human, you cannot ban them out. Like for example, what you said, Cabochard, he plays tank now as well. So I don't know. I think Vitality is one of the favorites as well to take the whole split here, and yeah, I just think they're gonna win the series.
I find it funny though. Like I agree with the fact that they improved. But the way they started is also the way they ended a loss against Rocket.
Yeah, for some reason they can't beat Rocket, but they should be able to beat Fnatic. And I mean, also looking at Fnatic's last week here, where things kind of fell apart, they had that one specific composition they did so well with, like the Jin, Lee Sin at IM, maybe carried them forward quite a bit. Vitality has been among the top 3 teams ever since maybe week 3 of the EU LCS, and I think they're going to stay there. I think they're going to win. Honestly, quite easily, almost, I'm going to say.
The whole thing or just the best of 5?
No, just the best
this
of 5
one.
against
Okay.
Fnatic. And also, I think this patch is going to fit them so well. I mean, now that Cabochard is playing tanks, right? Add in Azir for Nukeduck. He's one of the best Azir players we have. Add in Sivir for Yanin. Like, that's his champion right there. You have some fantastic picks. And even, like, Kissin can play Janna or Bard or these different kind of supports that are also getting really, really high up in the meta now. So I think Vitality, pick and ban-wise, also in the BO5, can adapt. I trust in Shons. I trust in the team. I think they're going to... Are they going to take it into the final?
Well, as long as we're at it, you guys both said you think they will take the whole thing. Who, if anyone, can challenge them?
So we have to remember that, obviously, if Vitality beats Fnatic, they will play H2K in the semifinal because of the reseeding happening, and H2K will always face the highest seed coming in. So that's going to be an absolutely insane semifinal if that happens, and I cannot call that one. I'm going to say 50-50 on that one. I think that's a safe one.
Yeah, I think it's very, very hard to call. I think it's almost guaranteed that one of the top 3 teams is going to win the entire thing. I just feel like Vitality is the favorite because of adaptability. Because when I look at the semi-final that we will have against H2K eventually, if they win against Fnatic, I feel like H2K have had this one way of playing. They pick this teamfight composition, which is very good in this meta, of course, but they kind of brute force it. they team fight with Lissandra, and of course a tank on Odamne, and they brute force it. When they need to move around the map, all of a sudden they look a bit lost. And with that in mind, I feel like it's kind of the pen against the sword.
Interesting. I actually think H2K, when it comes to playing the map, are extremely good. They understand how to play without fighting, like the mentality of win the game without ever fighting, technically. But when they get into team fights, even though they have these team fighting compositions or they try and play like that, I actually feel like that's the main weakness for the team. And very often, even against the likes of Unicorns of Love, where you would say H2K would be heavy favorites, and they were like 5-6K ahead if you look at the last week, they opt into these fights where they don't respect the TP flank happening, Lissandra comes in from behind, you know, destroys them, and they end up losing fight after fight, and then the team falls apart. That's what I look as the main weakness. I think they can play the dance around you forever and PvE and take every tower in the game perfectly. But executing the last team fight, that's where I think they can struggle.
I feel like the reason I call them the sword and not the pen is because they have such strong laners, such a strong jungler that is called the First Blood King. With Forgiven and Vander on the bot lane, usually they get the bottom tower so early in the game and all of a sudden they just sweep it all together. But in the match against Vitality, it was slower. All of a sudden they don't have an easy time pushing the side lanes as they have had before. And all of a sudden the game looks different and they struggle. That's why I call them the sword, because the early game is always in their favor. Even if they have 50-50 matchups, they played so well, especially in the bot lane.
Yeah, we remember, of course, that epic Vitality H2K game of earlier in the split. Yep. If that is anything what the best of 5 will look like, that'll be amazing. Before we move on,
long best out of 5.
What?
It'll be very long best out of 5.
It will be. Very good one as well. Maybe quickly then, UOL versus OG. That is harder to call, in my opinion. But I'm going to ask you anyway, Yamato.
Oof, very, very hard. The question is also like Power of Evil or Expeke, what is going on there. I feel like they should play with Expeke simply because of what we've seen, and Expeke playoff power, you know, always something to think about. But calling it, you know, UOL also has a history of doing very well in best of 5s. I myself lost against UOL in the best of 5. And with that in mind, very hard to call, but I can't say any team because I can't give any reasoning for any team. Because I can see pluses with both sides.
I don't know. Unicorns always have some unicorn power in playoffs and in BO5 usually, but I feel like the way they played this split, like you can look at them and you can see their clear weaknesses, and I feel like if Origin can capitalize on that, then I think Origin is going to win.
I don't trust in Origin as an organization to prepare well enough for a BO5 to play very different compared to what they've done in the LCS, where it's been very inconsistent. I do, however, think if it's FLICKR playing, it will give them a better mid laner right now, and also just overall a better shot calling in the game, which has always been the problem. Oh well, it's been a problem for Unicorns the last few weeks, that they would make bad calls in game. I think FLICKR can be part of punishing that, and therefore Origin might be able to pull it in their favor. Problem is, it's going to be one of those BO5s where you go into it and you don't want to predict the winner, and first game might look like a storm, but then next game suddenly goes completely opposite.
Those are fun, though.
We go all 5 games, you know, it becomes crazy, and it's entertaining. I don't think either of the teams, however, will make it into the final. So I think they're kind of just playing that game, get to G2, most likely G2, and then probably get knocked out.
Something that is worth highlighting, though, is we mentioned before that the tank meta is starting to evolve. Maokai is going to make a comeback. And all of a sudden, you think of VC Sachi, he loves these tanks, and so as I feel like he wants to play these other things, Fiora has been nerfed, and all of a sudden, you have to kind of think of it. It's
and
so
Fisher loves Chachi.
I think Chachi is a great top laner, by the way.
I like him too.
I think Chachi has been probably the 3rd best top laner in Europe this split here. Obviously, Cabo shot and Odamne in front of him. So he's very versatile. He can play the carries, he can play the tanks, and I think if he has a good performance, he can shut down Source, and then you have an advantage there for Unicorns of Love.
All right. Super interesting. Just a week away. That's next week, Saturday, that everything kicks off. Well, I'm going to thank you guys for being on the desk here. Did you guys have fun?
Nope. Boring. All day long. And I had to sit next to my coach again.
What is this, by the way?
Oh, yeah. So we actually had a gift for you because we knew you hated it here. So we got this.
Wait, I need to make Yamato touch it.
There you go.
Can you touch it?
Make the sweet touch the flag.
Well, no.
It's the Danish flag. It's the best flag in the world, you know?
I think it's hard enough that I'm living with 6 Danes. Now you need to touch me with this flag.
Yeah, you can hold it. Do you want to hold it?
Okay.
All right, there we go.
There we go.
For
beautiful
unity.
Moments.
For unity in Scandinavia, okay?
Beautiful moment.
We should get the unity flag.
Yeah.
You can all blame the Fish Show, by the way. He brought this thing up here.
Surprise.
I don't like it, Danish Power. Okay, well, thank you guys very much for the expert analysis and joining us. And we'll see all of you guys at home next week as the race to Rotterdam continues. See you guys then.
Look good.
Now with everything on the line, it's time to see which team will take the final spot in the 2016 European LCS Summer Split. Chasing him down, Jinno coming up. Godpro gets the gold card on, but he gives his life for it. Now Whirlim is caught between the rest of Giants and Huma. Every move they make, every step they take, Giants punish them for it. Giants will take the victory to go 1-0 in the series.
Poppy. Nice. I can take for Ria. Go for Ali.
I'm going for Ali as well. Let me have the kill if possible.
Okay, what can we get out? Get that turret. Back over.
This is going to be the game.
1-1, Huma will equalize at 34 minutes into the game. Whirlim is actually caught as he turned into a munchkin here. Rudy a little bit too low around the side. Peppy picks him up. Pull themselves within one game of requalification for the LCS.
Go Bragas. Nice.
Next one.
Yeah.
Go. I got some.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Pin.
In comes Whirlim trying to buy some time. 18, 15, 17. Oh no, it's Wisdom who smites away the Baron. Rudy can't get it in time, and he's given his own life for this one. Giants Gaming will requalify to the LCS